Yeah. So a couple years ago, I listened to the first Shawn Ryan show with Ryan Montgomery, and it blew my mind. The danger that you're in on the internet, the danger your children are in, especially when they're on the internet. It's insane. And the things that people are able to do with the internet that not a lot of people know about. Yeah. It definitely woke me up to a lot of stuff the first time. So they just did another interview today, and I'm going to just put that on the background while my bald ass plays Civilization. Hope you guys enjoy. Oh, let me go share this to Facebook. Let's see. Get this playing while I do that.
Ryan Montgomery,
Shawn Ryan.
welcome back to the show, man.
Thank you, man. I can't believe I am back in a good way.
What's it been, like 2 years?
3 years.
Has it been 3 years?
3 years, yeah.
Lots has happened.
Yeah, I'm pretty. You got me thinking. Is it 2 years? I think it's three. It's three.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Lots has happened since you came on here, man.
A lot for both of us, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Look at the studio, man. It's unbelievable.
I've been dying to show you.
I couldn't wait to see it, and I mean, for the people that can't see the whole thing in real life, a video is not going to capture how awesome this is. It doesn't matter what kind of camera you use or how you 360 angle. It doesn't matter what you use. I've seen the last studio, which was awesome within itself, and then this one, it's like 2 or 3 times as big. Just the studio area alone. I can't talk about the rest of the property, but the rest of the property is sick.
You're
like beyond belief sick, and super happy for you, and not in a demeaning way, but proud of you. And I'm very grateful to be back.
Well, thank you, man. You were a huge part of this. You know that. Dude, I'm fucking proud of you too, man.
Thank you.
Like, just to recap for anybody that's listening who doesn't know who you are, I just kind of want to go over how we connected, the very first time, and where you were at in life, and kind of where I was at. But yeah. So backstory is, I pull up Instagram one day. I see this very small MMA podcast.
500 followers.
500 followers. I don't know how this reel popped up on my algorithm. I don't even look at reels very often. And there you are. And if I remember correctly, I may mess this up a little bit, but the clip that I saw, and I want to roll the clip right now.
There's a father that posted a photo of their child in the bathtub where you couldn't see everything, but you could see enough, and it said on the top of it, they have no idea what's going to happen to them tonight. And then underneath there was comments with other people saying what they were going to do to this person's child.
Oh my God.
And at this point, remember, I have access to their server, and they don't know it. So after I spoke to my attorney, who told me, hey, you did break federal law, like if you report this, you're risking going to prison, but I was just thinking to myself, if I bring this to trial, what jury is going to convict me? Yeah. I mean, I just don't think, guilty or not, I'm willing to take my chances. So I reached out to my attorney, reached out to another attorney in Virginia, since he was a guy trying to run for Congress. Spoke to over 10 news stations. I have some of the calls recorded with them. Everybody was interested in this story. They thought it was amazing. As soon as it got to legal, not one of them posted this story. Even when I said, remove my name from it, remove any of the info I obtained illegally from it, just alert people that this website exists on the internet, nobody posted it. So I got an FBI report tip line number. I think it was the website ic3.gov. It's an Internet Complaint Center report number. So I got that. The kicker, which is what got me started in this after all of that, is 6 months later, I'm watching the news, or I'm reading the news online. I see Nathaniel Larson arrested at an airport at a layover with a 12-year-old girl that he kidnapped. And they were fully aware of what he was doing. They're fully aware of the 3,000 other people that I caught on the website with their IP addresses, their emails, their chat history, everything about them. A case, on a golden platter for any district
They're
attorney.
just letting this slide.
And nothing happened. They didn't even bring up his websites in the news articles.
The clip that I saw was basically you talking about this guy that owned this pedophile website, standing over the bathtub, taking a selfie video with a 12-year-old girl in that bathtub, right?
It's close. It's
Close.
So what happened was, just the long story short version is, it was like you said, a very small MMA podcast that I went on, and they asked me a question. They said, "How did you get involved?" It was actually about the organization I was with at the time, but I just came as the technical support basically. And they said, "How did you get involved?" I was always standing behind the camera, didn't have my name associated to anything, and I had this information about this horrible website that was being run by a politician in Virginia, and there were, I explained that I got a text message from my friend's wife that had a couple screenshots, one of which was a father that had his child in the bathtub, and the title of the post, like you could see the child's back, so you could tell that they were nude, and the title of the post on this website was, "They have no idea what's going to happen to them tonight," and underneath of it, people were talking about what they were going to do to that person's child. So that was what the clip was. If they play the clip, they'll see what I was saying. The problem was I infiltrated this network. I dumped their database. I had all their information. I had a case on a golden platter, like literally. I think that's what I said in the clip. And nobody was taking me seriously. And it took years of me trying. I went to all media sources, 11 plus media sources. I went to law enforcement, went to 2 different attorneys. I went to a task force locally. I tried everything. And then I end up, just talking about that in that short clip, maybe a minute long. And the next day I wake up and there's like 10 million views on this clip. And I'm like, what the heck? I have all these journalist groups reaching out to me, all these media wanting to ask questions, all these different, all of these various podcasters reaching out to me. And I see in my comments, check your DMs from a guy named Shawn Ryan. And I'm like, and I check my DMs and I see Shawn's in there and I'm like, wow, this guy's got a big channel and he wants to talk about this. So we started a conversation, and I wanted to get the story out there no matter what way it went out. I didn't care if it went out from a left wing, right wing, in between wing. It didn't matter. I just wanted the story out there. And I didn't know anything about politics, still really don't. But I just was very, very blown away by a small account blowing up the way that it blew up. So I reach out. I start speaking with you. We arrange a podcast, which, if you remember, Project Veritas was involved in.
I remember.
So this is what I want to get into, what happened with that. So actually, this is the way I really want to put it, is nobody had the balls to talk about this story, and I proved that with the media. I showed them what needed to be out there. It was black and white how bad this website was, and I had evidence that you could not refute of all of the people involved, and they just ignored me. And you saw that 1-minute clip and said, you know what? I'm going to risk my whole channel. I'm going to risk everything just because I want to get this kid that I don't even know, meaning me, I want to get this kid's message out there. And you have no idea how much I appreciate that and how many kids that's actually helped. Not just from me, from you, man. Like without you, without obviously all the things that led up to you, none of that would have happened, And I am beyond grateful for that, and it's opened up so many doors, which I'll obviously get into in this episode. But beyond blessed, super grateful for it. And one thing that's frustrating is, and I have a good and bad thing to say about Project Veritas and why I wanted to tie them into this story, is Project Veritas is the first journalist group to reach out to me that I was willing to, because they said, we'll come, we'll fly overnight. We'll be there the next day. So they were in New York. I was in Florida.
Like, of all the journalists in America, all the different news publications and everything, the only place that wanted to work with this dude in order to stop kids from getting hurt on the internet was Project Veritas. And then look what they did to James. Once all the CEOs and all the businessmen start doing their thing, and they get rid of the only people in there that actually want to make the organization run, that aren't focused on just making money. It's crazy.
And they said, we'll come out and check out the database and we will investigate it. So of course I was like, yeah, come out, let's do it. I'm anybody who wants to run this story, let's go. This is right about the time James O'Keefe left or was fired, whatever happened there. That doesn't matter to me, to be honest with you. They fly out to Florida. I hand them the data, and all of their journalists, all their reporters, the ones that I worked with directly, were passionate and wanted to work on this project, and they spent days/weeks/months of their life on this project. So I can't say a single negative thing about the team that I worked with there. They were all great, and they cared a ton about this case.
Mm-hmm.
What happened is James's replacement, her name is Hannah Giles, she came in as the interim CEO while they were trying to figure out what was going on. And at that point, if you remember, there were 7,000 people in that database from the original database. And Project Veritas, the goal was to go out to confront these people face to face with hidden cameras and ask them about their participation on the website. So like that meaning like not just you were on the site, but here's the forum post that you made, here's the private messages that you had with other users, like expose these people. So they exposed a couple of them, they put it out publicly, and we identified 500 of the 7,000 without a shadow of a doubt. 500 of the 7,000 were identified at the time when Hannah Giles became the interim CEO. They wanted her, I'm assuming Hannah, wanted the New York Post or New York Times to release a story on it. And that was their main focus, which at that time, I remember, we were talking about it. When you're talking about circulation, it's like social media has a way bigger circulation than them. Then Hannah says to me, I'm on the phone with her, and she tells me that my story is not a tidal wave. That's the words verbatim that this woman used, and she shut it down. So,
well, boy, she fucked that one up, didn't she?
She really did. And, not only because of how big this story got and how many kids, how much impact that database made on, some of the predator networks following it as well, but, the sad part of this is with Project Veritas, 500 of the 7,000 identified, 13 of which of the 500 were convicted of sex crimes with children after I originally reported the information to, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the tip.
That sounds a lot like the FBI, like all these school shooters and terrorist plots and all this stuff that happens all the time in America, and then we find out afterwards that the FBI knew about it. They were already on their radar. Like, this guy's already out here catching the bad guys for you, and it's what you see online with Gideon and Predator Poachers and a lot of these people, is they literally catch the person, they hand all the information to the police, and they have, like, this boner up their ass where they're like, like, you're not an actual cop, so we can't take this actual evidence. Like, the bad guys can only get caught if we're the guys catching them. Like, why wouldn't you want the help from people that are going to put their time and effort towards helping the police catch bad guys? Like, these guys know they're not cops, but they also know that they can help. Why wouldn't you take the help?
Lines, the task force, all the media. So, just ironically, the average offender has 13 victims in a lifetime, but 13 different cases occurred after I reported it. And then she shuts it down. So that's 500 of the 7,000. Who knows how many didn't get caught? Mm-hmm. And who knows how many more, how many victims just, it could have been prevented if someone would have just taken me seriously. And you did, man. You did. Project Veritas, as much as they, may get some hate or whatever, I don't have any opinion on anything else they've ever done other than what they've done with me. And their journalists were good to me. Their interim CEO, I don't like the way that she treated this situation. And I have no problem saying that. And I just wanted to, so I guess a long way of saying thank you so much. And I appreciate the balls that you have because nobody else did.
Well, it's my honor, man. But, I forgot about the Veritas stuff because we had to coordinate release of the episode with them.
Yeah.
And I forgot about that. And there was some other publication that they're like, we got to wait and see if this goes. And I remember having a conversation with you and I was like, dude, what we have here is 10 times any of the publications that they're talking about. And this is going to fucking send. And it did. It wound up being the most viewed, most downloaded, biggest episode I've ever done, still to this date. And
I literally, that first episode that they did together, I sent it to everyone I know. I was like, every single parent I know needs to hear this interview, literally right now. Because they're on Roblox, they're on Minecraft, every single app, everything, anything connected to the internet that you put your kids on, there's perverts on there trying to find your kids and lure them into situations. It's crazy. I've been watching EDP Watch and Skeeter Jean and all these people catch all these weirdos out at McDonald's and in Walmart and stuff, and it's sad to watch because these people really are trying to hurt kids, but it's so good to see them publicly shamed and embarrassed and arrested. It's so entertaining. And it sucks that we live in a world where people can literally make a living off of finding weirdos on the internet and shaming them publicly. Like, I wish that wasn't the world we live in, but apparently it is.
And, you know, I remember reaching out to you. I remember the FBI stuff. The FBI wouldn't take you seriously. I was so upset, you know, and also this is like, you were the first person that I dove into this subject with because I had heard so much about it, but I don't trust nonprofits. But me and you talk a lot about that offline. I just don't trust them anymore. I've seen too many that started off with good intentions that go, you know, array, and it becomes all about fucking raising money and not about whatever the actual mission was. And you didn't have any of that, you know, and I could tell, like, on that post, I was like, this guy's just trying to get information out. And, so yeah, reached out, tried to coordinate everything with Veritas. They wanted to do the story. And I remember telling you something along the lines like, fuck these people, dude, let's just run it.
Yeah. Well, you actually had people that you had in line to put their episodes out before mine, and you rushed my episode for them.
Yeah.
Like, you did them a huge favor.
Yeah.
And then they just screwed it up. They could have done a lot more good. Like I said, they're journalists. If it was up to them, it would have happened.
I don't think it could have gone any better than it did, to be honest with you. Everything that happened, I think happened because what we did, you know, like, you enlightened me for starters, because I've gone on to do several episodes after you about it. I interviewed Jim Caviezel. We went to the premiere of Sound of Freedom together. Interviewed Tim Tebow, interviewed Jaron Hudson, interviewed Victor Marks. Like, you were the start of all of that. And I still continue to talk about it, you know, to this day. But, you know, I think what we did, man, is we just created, like, the perfect storm. And also, like, yeah, that was a huge, I mean, I don't think you wanted to be public. You were extremely fucking nervous to come on the show.
100%.
And I remember going through my head, like, how do I calm this guy down? And, but however, whatever, it worked. And yeah, it was jeopardizing my entire business, because this is the forbidden fruit that you cannot talk about on certain platforms.
Right.
I remember thinking, you know what, fuck it. We're not monetizing this. I want to fly under the radar. I don't give a shit. If they shut everything down, it ended trying to pump some good into the world, and I'm like 100% fine with that.
And that takes balls. Like, for the third time, it takes balls, and I appreciate that. And to be honest with you, and I know I gave you a warning beforehand, but, you know, this one is just as deep and dear to my heart, and I have some stuff that I really, really need parents to know, and it's going to be rough. And I think that, you know, you guys, whoever's watching this, you're going to hear a lot of beeping.
Yeah.
But it's important that you listen to what I have to tell you today.
But, you know, I wanted to say, man, like, you know, and we've talked about it a lot offline, and especially at the very beginning after the episode when you were trying to figure out where you want to go, and because I think this was a segue into you having a much bigger role in the fight against exploitation and trafficking.
Well, yeah.
But what we did, man, is, you know, I jeopardized everything. You did too. But what wound up happening was we educated millions and millions of parents. We educated millions and millions and millions of kids on how this happens, proved to them how fast it happens. You know, dude, I will never forget when you made the screen name Ashley 13, because I was like, how, this isn't like, There's no way this shit happens this much. So I wanted to time you to see how. I figured we'd be there all fucking day.
Yeah, unfortunately
Dude,
not.
it was for like 5 seconds, and and that just proved to, like I said, millions and millions and millions of parents and kids, like this is how common this is. This is how fast it can happen. And then on the other hand, we scared a metric shit ton
Of predators.
of
Yeah.
predators.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah. It's,
so it really was the perfect storm. But some other context. I mean, now I'm like going back and forth. Now I'm like remembering all the things that happened like right after the episode. And I mean, we blasted the FBI on that episode.
yeah, we definitely did.
Actually, we didn't blast them. We just expressed what happened when you got the information to the FBI and how they totally fucking dismissed it and how interested they were after the episode came out. Remember that? Remember how much they wanted to help? I know you guys are like maybe talking right now. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I
but
mean, everything I do now is in parallel with law enforcement. So
cool.
yeah, now I'll get into more of what that means.
But yeah, I remember being extremely fearful. I was like, these people aren't trying to help you. They didn't help you the first time. There's 7,000 names on that list. And that website was developed by a politician. They're trying to, every motherfucker on there is calling in favors, trying to get their name redacted from
I remember.
that
Do you
list.
remember? I was so scared of, because I took as you said, it was a risk for me. I was scared my door was going to get kicked in, or like I don't have anything to worry about, but I don't want to lose all my electronics or end up getting charged with something that I go to trial for and all this stuff. And I'm calling you at like 11, 12 o'clock at night. You got Tim Parlatour helping me out. You got all these people, telling me like, yo, do this, do that, like make sure you don't do this, don't do that. Like I got you helped me an absolute ton, back, because I was panicking, man. I was panicking because I wanted the information out there, but I didn't know what to expect, because technically what I did at that time was not legal. My intentions were obviously good. I would say it's more gray than black hat, but it was, I obtained that information illegally. So I was scared. I was genuinely scared, and it was very new territory to me. I know now a lot more than I did. And as I said in the beginning, if I had to go to trial for this and I had to stand in front of 12 jurors or jury, like I have a hard time believing that people would say that I'm a criminal for taking down a predator organization. But I genuinely was scared at that time.
Well, it wound up being a wildly successful piece of content. I mean, with all the clips and the reels and the episode and the downloads, I mean, it's literally hundreds of millions of views, and then your life just exploded into ways that I think you never imagined it would go into. But
oh my gosh!
I mean, I remember seeing you on all the big podcasts, and I was just, dude. Through all the shit and all the fame that you've amassed since we met, dude, I just want to say, man, I am so fucking proud of you. Like, you have handled the fame and the notoriety like nobody I've ever seen, man. Like, you have stayed true to yourself. You did not turn into a pompous asshole. You are the same man that I met when nobody knew who the hell you were 3 years ago when we did that interview. And
it means the world to me, man. It really does.
I just want to like say, like, I want the world to know, your character. Like, that didn't turn into a massive amount of money for you, I don't think. You're not here to make money. Like, when people ask me about you, or I'm talking about you, and I talk about you a lot, one of the things I always say is like, that guy does not give a fuck about anything but saving kids. He doesn't give a shit if you approach him with business ideas. Like, if that's your focus, he's not going to want to do it. Like, all that dude wants to do is save.
All that dude wants to do is save kids. This guy is such a G.
fucking kids. He doesn't give a shit about the fame. He doesn't give a shit about his following. He doesn't care about anything but saving those kids. And, you know, and there's just not very many people like you, man.
Thank you. Likewise. Likewise. There's not many people I consider friends, especially in this space, you know, like making YouTube videos and content and podcasts. I mean, you're the only one that I would consider a friend, like a real one, a real friend. And people don't know us off camera, but you know, there's not many people that I can ride around with on an ATV and have the conversations we had yesterday. Like, you know, it's that's what I look forward to in life. You know, I only get a couple good friends, and I'm grateful and glad that you're one of them.
Yep, likewise, man. I love you, dude.
Love you too, man.
You're a great human. But
Likewise.
well, let me give you an introduction here real quick.
All right.
Then we'll get into the interview.
All right, we're 21 minutes in and we're getting into the introductions.
Ryan Montgomery, a powerhouse in cybersecurity and the fight against child exploitation, a top ethical hacker and penetration tester with over 19 years of experience, ranked number one on TryHackMe's Capture the Flag leaderboard, the founder of Pentester, a Boca Raton-based platform offering online privacy solutions for people and businesses. As CTO of the Sentinel Foundation, you use cutting-edge technology and law enforcement collaborations to combat global child exploitation and human trafficking. Known for infiltrating dark websites to expose predators, you've demonstrated live hacks right here on my show, which we just talked about. You specialize in ethical hacking, data protection, and online safety, advocating for stronger cybersecurity and protecting vulnerable populations. And one of my favorite people in the world, Ryan Montgomery. So I know we are here to talk about some of the childhood stuff that we missed the last time. A lot of the stuff that you've been doing now, and you know, but I think that the premise of this interview, which will come towards the middle and the end, is the domestic terrorist group, the 764 group, correct?
That's correct.
And all of the horrific stuff that they're doing. So like I said, you know, this is going to be very similar to the interview that we did before, you know, and this is to educate. Our purpose here is to educate parents and kids and to scare the shit out of pedophiles and to expose how these things are happening and just educate, because you know, we've talked about this offline too, and I think that the collaboration that me and you did online has saved more kids than any other. Dude, it's hundreds of millions of people that watch that. Like, so many parents and so many kids, like it made it real. I mean, you demonstrated it right here live.
And I can unfortunately do it again on any platform.
You know, and
literally any platform.
And so, you know, that's like, it's
It's like he said too, they scared so many pedophiles. Like, it's not just the parents, it's not just the kids that saw that episode. So many people that want to hurt kids probably saw that episode and was like, shit, this guy's gonna catch me.
it's my proudest interview, man, because not because of the numbers and not because of like the explosiveness of the interview. It's because there are, who knows, countless kids out there whose parents watch that, who they watch that will never have to fucking face the trauma that they would have faced if their parents and themselves didn't implement the things to protect them. And, you know, I know it didn't get to everybody, but man, like, we saved a lot of fucking kids there, man.
Well, I love to hear that, and I'd love to believe that as well. And to be honest, I've been all over the world, all over the country in the last 3 years, and running into strangers on the street, at the airport, at the mall, all these places, people stopping me now, which, you know, is very new to me. But some of them are parents, and they tell me like, hey, I stopped posting my kid on the internet for this reason or that reason, or you know, I was a victim of this, or I have a situation. You know, I hear this from not only from people sending me direct messages, emails, literally letters in the mail. There's so many ways of people contacting me now, but like something about somebody coming up to me in real life and telling me the impact that it's made. It's like, what are the odds of just a stranger that runs into me, that made an impact? If it happened with that person, it must have happened with a lot more than I'm aware of, you know?
Yeah.
And that makes me very proud, makes me happy, and it makes me motivated to keep doing this because, as you said, I'm not looking for a pat on the back. I'm not looking for money. If you blurred my face and you changed my voice for this episode, it wouldn't change anything. It's really about getting the word out there and making some sort of change because nobody else seems to be doing it.
Make children safe again. These kids should be able to go on the internet and play Minecraft and play Roblox and do things that they enjoy doing in the modern day without fucking weirdos going on there and trying to do weird shit. I have nieces and nephews that play these games, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, all the time, and they should be able to do so safely without you weirdos going out here and trying to find out where they live.
Nobody else seems to, I don't know. I mean, there's people that have passion. I don't want to discount them because there are good people in this space. But coming onto a show and talking about this stuff in some of the detail that I want to, I don't really see other people doing. And I don't see somebody else having the nerve to do it with them.
Yeah.
So I just think it's a very unique opportunity that we showed worked the first time, and it's for the millionth time a blessing.
Well, let's hope it works again. But, Ryan, one of the other things that I loved about you is we both kind of started our journey to Christianity together around the same time. I wouldn't say together, but timelines really match up. And I know you've grown a lot in your spiritual journey, and so have I. And so I think we should kick this off with a prayer. What do you think?
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Jesus, I just want to say thank you for my friendship with Ryan and for bringing us together those years ago. And I'm just so proud of him and thankful for our relationship. And Jesus, I just ask you to be in this room with us today and to guide Ryan and myself the way that you want us to expose this 764 satanic cult, what they're doing to kids. And we just ask that you distribute the information that we're going to reveal today to all the kids and all the parents, especially the vulnerable ones who may have an unfortunate future that they're facing. And we just hope to derail them from that traumatic future and into more beautiful things. And we just hope that that the people that watch this, if their future was heading towards that, we just want it to head towards the light and for them to take this information seriously and put in the repercussions that they need so that they don't become a victim. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
So, cheers.
Catherine
Cheers.
the Great
All
needs
right,
to stop
but
texting me, bro.
let's,
She's been trying to be my friend
Let's
this
start it
whole
with some
time.
fun
Like,
stuff.
I need
So,
her help. I'm
one of the
going to
fun things we
the
did last time
entire
is you
call.
had all these gadgets
And then I'm going to find out where the other
and you
continents
blew
are,
my
and I'm gonna go
fucking
conquer
mind.
them too.
So, I see
I
all
wanna
new
be a
stuff over
peaceful
here. What do we
person,
got?
and
So we
they
got a
came
lot of
at
new
me.
things. I don't know if it's going to be exactly the way that we did the first time because I did show you some, a lot.
Yeah.
I blanketed a lot of topics and and I pissed off a lot of people in cybersecurity in that process.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah, because trying to explain some of these attacks and cybersecurity methods to people that aren't cybersecurity professionals is tough. I mean, try to explain a captive portal to your grandmom. It's just you have to like, and I'm not saying you're an old
Are you
woman.
calling me a fucking... Are you calling me a geriatric?
No,
It's all right. I'm pretty close.
what I'm saying is most people are not tech literate. Most. Like, it doesn't matter if they're older or younger. So people got really aggravated with the way that I explained it. They got really aggravated with the #1 ethical hacker thing. I never said that I was the #1 hacker in the world. There's no way to rank that. And honestly, I would love if you titled this video #1 ethical hacker, but just to piss them off.
Hey, we can do that. I'm glad you finally reached that point.
I really, I am done. I'm done caring. I've tried posting on all of my platforms. I've talked on other podcasts about it. I've made it very clear. I know I'm not the best hacker. I never said I was, but at this point, I just like aggravating them. So,
If I've learned anything from doing podcasts, there's one thing: you cannot make the internet happy, no matter what the fuck you do. So
not a chance. I
it's
don't
more
care
fun
who
to
you are.
piss them off, anyways.
Yeah, I'm learning that. I'm learning that, and I call them the neckbeards and the actuallys, and
Nice.
so I'm sure they'll have some stuff to say about some of this stuff, but that's fine. So there's a couple things here. One of which we're gonna need, the thing, to screw it into. I don't want to ruin what it is yet.
Are you carrying all this stuff all the time now, like the last?
Yeah, it's always in my
Right
backpack.
on. So this is the latest and greatest EDC.
Yeah.
Are you still carrying the flipper?
The flipper? That is in my pocket. So at all times, always
Bro
have the
has
flipper.
a flipper
And
in his pocket at all times. This thing is crazy. It can like clone Wi-Fi signals. It can change the password. Like you could just sit outside someone's house and fuck with them. You could change all the fucking RFID stuff on their remotes and shit. It's crazy.
The reason, honestly, is that I'll show a cool attack, which it'll probably end up being some type of B-roll or something in here because we have to do it in a non-disclosed location or just whatever. But I have some custom firmware on here now that can, break into a ton of different cars. And it's on a rolling code system, meaning like every time you hit the button on your key fob, the code changes and the car only accepts the new code. And this has custom firmware that gets in sync with that rolling code. Let's say you click the lock button. Now I have the lock, unlock, trunk, all of the buttons on your key fob just from one press. And that was one thing they lost their minds over, saying that that attack's been around 20 years. It's not rolling code. It's not this, but it is. It is rolling code. It is a new attack. So, and I'll demonstrate it on the show. Once we get outside or whatever point that is. But the flipper, and then this was actually given to me. This is called it's a dual ESP by a company called AWOC Dynamics, I believe they're so AWOC a guy.
So I know you guys can't see it. I didn't want to get like copyright strikes or nothing, so I just keep this on in the background while I'm playing video games. But he's just got a bunch of devices that he brings with him each time. Like last time, he brought a iPhone charging wire that he could just give to someone, and if they plug it into their computer, it automatically records all of their keystrokes and sends it to him. And it literally looks just like an iPhone wire. Like there's not much about it that you would be able to tell unless you literally took the thing apart to see if it had this little thing inside of it. It's crazy.
I was at this hacker conference called DEF CON, which is the biggest hacker meetup in the world, I believe. And a friend of mine, another YouTuber, Talking Sasquatch, just comes up to me and hands this to me. And it was obvious because I know what these pins mean. That they fit in the flipper. So you plug this into the top of the flipper. They're called GPIO pins.
Oh shit!
And it makes this thing look ridiculous. But
Flipper on steroids. Here we go.
Well, the flipper doesn't have Wi-Fi capability by default. So this gives it two different Wi-Fi chips that do Bluetooth. They do other things as well. But you'll see that the flipper, when I turn this thing on, I give it 5 volts. You'll see the power of it goes on. And then I have a touch screen here now where I can do Wi-Fi attacks. There's sniffers, scanners, war driving, attacks, general, so beacon spamming, Rick rolls, evil portals, DOF, meaning like disconnecting devices from the network, DOF targeted, meaning target a specific device. And the cool thing about this is it can run.
What do you mean target a specific device?
So let's say you had a wireless camera outside, and I see that address, like that's coming up as a device on the screen here. I could target just that device.
How do you know what the device is? I mean, there's probably 100 wireless devices at the studio at all times. How do you narrow it down and go, it's that fucking camera right over there in the right corner?
So it depends. If it's broadcasting like BLE, for example, or a MAC address, there's a thing called like an OUI database that you can identify it from the digits there, which I'm just trying to simplify things. But like there's ways you could do that, or you could just do a DOF flood, which then just hits everything it possibly can and then you could take a safe bet that if it's on, the frequency that this is de-authing on, it's going to knock it offline.
Gotcha.
But what's cool about this is a lot of things, because I just, like, without going into the nitty gritty of it, the Wi-Fi capabilities, it also has Bluetooth capabilities and Bluetooth attacks. And one of them is called Sour Apple. And I'll get more into that later. You could spoof an AirTag with this thing, like, to make it people. You could do.
What do you mean? What do you mean spoof an AirTag? What does that even mean?
So, it'll make your phone believe that there's an AirTag there. So, like, you know how your phone will say you're being tracked by an AirTag, but like these antennas versus an AirTag's antennas are way more significant. I'll show you more once I get over to this other tool about Bluetooth attacks, but some really cool stuff there. But the reason why this is called a dual ESP, which means there's two boards in it. You can use the flippers on the custom. There's a custom app in here that, like, let's say I wanted to do one attack that's taking your cameras offline, and then I want to do another attack that's stealing your passwords. I can use two different networks completely, doing two different attacks, because this has two boards in it, and the flipper knows to use one or the other. So
how are you going to steal the passwords?
I'll show you. Because I have something else for that. It's unbelievable, but this was a cool gift, and I wanted to show it off because it looks cool, And then this right here, I think you're really gonna like this. So a company, also Kickstarter related.
I'm not gonna like it, Brian. I don't like any of this stuff.
You might not like this. You might not. All right, so this is called the BLE Shark Nano, and the company, I think they're for sale now, but they sent them out to me because I asked, like, it was like, because I really wanted one. It looked cool, and the guy was nice enough. I think his name was George. He sent it out to me, and I was like, who knows, like what I'm gonna do with it. I just want to play around with it. I recorded a video at that conference, and it's got like 20 million views, like me just showing this thing off, and I was not expecting that at all. So I'll show you. What I mean by stealing the passwords. I think that this should do it. Okay, so now go to your phone, just go to settings, go to Wi-Fi, and you should see a free Wi-Fi there. I just named it free Wi-Fi.
All right, and my phone's over there. Oh, shit, here we go.
Don't worry, it won't hurt anything.
Yep, free Wi-Fi, got it.
So what happens when you click free Wi-Fi?
I should click it? All right, here we go. Sign into your Google account.
Okay, so just put in like Shawn@gmail.com. And then just put in whatever password you want.
Now we got to go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the golf cart?
I got it. So, should I walk over to you because it's small?
Yeah.
All right, so we got Shawn@gmail.com. Password hack this.
No shit.
Yeah, so for the people, I don't know if they could hear me. For the people that couldn't see this little device, Shawn just got a network that said free Wi-Fi. It could have been airport Wi-Fi, that could have been hotel Wi-Fi, that could have been Starbucks Wi-Fi, it could be whatever I wanted to name that network. And what happened was he got what's called a captive portal, which a lot of people would be familiar with. They might not recognize the term, but you connect to a free network in public, and the screen pops up that says, like, I agree to the terms and conditions. Or if you're in a hotel room, it might say, you're in room 1308 and your last name is this. And then when you press submit, it tells the hotel, yeah, this is a guest, give them access to our network. That's a captive portal. In this case, it created a fake Google captive portal that looked like the real Google login. I mean, I don't think there's any way you could have differentiated that from a real Google login, because what you're taught in phishing attacks is to look at the URL. If the URL doesn't say google.com, then it's not real, right? Well, in captive portals, the URL just says captive.apple.com as the default. So there's no way to tell that's not real. Like you should never put your credentials in is basically what I'm saying into any captive portal. And another thing to think about regarding hotel Wi-Fi or anything related, let's say you're at a hotel or you're on an airplane and you're trying to get internet and you have to put your credit card in to get it. Like maybe the hotel charges more for faster internet. I've seen that, like to support streaming or whatever. I could make a fake network that says and stand outside of a hotel or leave a device outside of a hotel or be on an airplane and require a credit card with a name, with an address, with all this info for them to upgrade their connection or upgrade whatever it may be and be stealing credit card numbers as well as their passwords. And there'd be no way for them to know that I was doing it because the second that they submit it and it's over with, now they're connected to the internet if I route it to the internet.
You maintain your gear so it lasts, and your skin's no different. It's the first thing exposed to the elements every single day. Caldera Lab is built to help repair and protect your skin so you can look and feel your best every day. Caldera Lab creates high-performance skincare for men by combining cutting-edge science with powerful natural ingredients. It absorbs quickly, with no greasy mess. You guys know I'm a stickler for clean ingredients, and Caldera Lab really delivers on that. Each product is backed by science, built for impact, and thoughtfully formulated with safety and sustainability at the forefront. I know. Guys don't have time for a skincare routine, but Caldera Lab makes it easy with 4 simple steps that actually work. There's the Clean Slate Balancing Cleanser, the eye serum that helps reduce dark circles and fine lines, the base layer, that's a deep, hydrating moisturizer, and then there's the good, a powerhouse serum that has over 3.4 million antioxidant units per drop to help reduce signs of aging. Take care of your skin like you take care of your gear. Go to calderalab.com/SRS and use code SRS for 20% off your first order. That's calderalab.com/SRS. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. A lot of dark stuff going on in the world right now, and it's to the point where I don't even believe my own eyes anymore because I cannot verify what people are saying about all the political violence, the division. I partnered with this production company called Ironclad, and we're doing an 8-part audio series on PSYOPs, on why foreign countries, governments, maybe even our own government would conduct a PSYOP on its own people. And I just think that this series...
That's very interesting because I remember something they were talking about on some podcast last week where there was a law passed or a law abolished that made it so the government could run PSYOPs on us. Like it gave our own government the ability to run PSYOPs on its own people, which is crazy to even think about. That like we put people in charge and then they just actively lie to us about everything is because we've literally allowed them to.
Series is going to be extremely important because it's going to open the eyes of people on why these things happen. You can head over to psyopshow.com, order it today. I think you're going to get a lot out of this. Who's pulling the strings? Who's pulling them? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, and they stand by their values. Patriot Mobile has been a great supporter of this show, which is why I'm proud to partner with them. Patriot Mobile offers dependable nationwide coverage, giving you the ability to access all 3 major networks, which means you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without the compromise. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're choosing more than a wireless provider. You're supporting a company that stands for American values and that proudly honors our veterans and first responders. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their team will help you find the best plan for your needs. Just go to patriotmobile.com/SRS or call 972-PATRIOT. Get free activation when you use the offer code SRS. Make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/SRS. That's patriotmobile.com/SRS or call 972-PATRIOT. I mean, how many people are doing this? I feel like this could be happening at every single hotel.
I think it would be naive to think it's not happening all over the place. I mean, there's a lot more cybersecurity people out there now than there were when I was a kid. Like, I don't know that there's no way to tell you how many black hats exist, how many people get arrested for hacking charges. I mean, I don't have those numbers, but was
this like pretty common though?
I mean, these attacks are I wouldn't say that the attacks are trivial, because they're like your average person. It would take some time to understand these topics to know how to recreate that attack. You could buy a device that just does it, but I don't know. I can't tell you how prevalent these are, but it like I could give you that device and you could do that with 2 clicks.
Well, I mean, the reason I'm asking is, I mean, you travel a lot, I travel a lot. You know, we spend a lot of time in hotels and airports and shit like that. I'm always connecting to the airplane Wi-Fi, even though the shit never works.
Yeah.
I love paying $10 and then you don't get any fucking internet.
Yeah, but you put your credit card in there.
Yeah.
And how do you know it's really?
Yeah, because you're on a plane and there's like 60 other people also paying $10 to connect to that Wi-Fi. How good is that?
So that's what I'm getting at. You know, if you go to...
I'd say if you ever... All right, so this is what I did, right? The last time I had to go on a plane, I thought about this ahead of time, and I have a tablet. So instead of being like, oh, man, I'm not going to have any Wi-Fi to connect to, I was in the middle of watching... what was it? It was like 2019, and I had found a show on Netflix. It was an anime show, and I remember I downloaded like 10 episodes of it ahead of time, so that way I wouldn't run out of stuff to watch on the plane. It was only like a 3 or 4 hour plane ride, so I was like, oh, I'm just going to download the entire season of this show. Damn, what was it? Me and my ex went to go visit her dad in Florida. What was I watching? I think it was 7 Deadly Sins. I think I literally downloaded the first season of 7 Deadly Sins and ended up watching the entire thing. But that's definitely what you should do. That's foolproof plan, brother. Download the episodes or the movies or whatever you want to do ahead of time, so that way when you're on the plane, you don't have to go, oh, let me put my credit card in and get $10 in Wi-Fi.
If you go to whatever, the Holiday Inn Express, and you want to get internet, and there's Holiday Inn Guest, Holiday Inn Express Guest, you don't know which one's the legitimate one. They make them look identical, so
Yeah, there's no way for you to know the difference. So
how can people guard against something like that?
There's not a great way to do it unless you unless you know a little bit about computers. Because like what I would do in that case is I would try to, like, in a captive portal on a phone, you can't like view the source of the page, like look at the code of the front end client side of the page. I would look at that to see if there's anything odd there that's not connecting to like, because that, like, this isn't connected to the internet right now. So for you to see that Google page, it had to load the Google logo from that device. It had to load all of the text on the page from that device. Whereas if it was actually pulling data from Google, you would see all of the Google links inside it's called the source code. So that, like, if you're on a laptop, like in a perfect world, you could right click, you could hit view source and see if in the code, if it actually is going to the name of the hotel.com or google.com. And if that's true, it still doesn't guarantee that it's real, but it gives you a better chance.
Gotcha.
And then inside of these captive portals, there's like sometimes it doesn't just say captive.apple.com. You'll see like an actual name at the top. But anything can be modified, man. And I just say the general way to put this is just don't trust public Wi-Fi. So I wish I could give you a solid answer. I don't think anybody would be able to give you a better answer than that, because it's kind of an up in the air. Public Wi-Fi, there's way more vulnerabilities than just that.
Yeah. Well, I got you a gift, Ryan.
Oh yeah.
And so I was going to wait, but this seems like the perfect time to give it to you. So, well, I'll give you the other gift later. So here you go. Since we're talking about public Wi-Fi. So while you're opening that, let me tell you a story.
All right.
So actually, it probably started with you. I started getting, with the FBI stuff, I started getting very paranoid about who's listening in on my conversations and all that kind of stuff. And then we went to Taiwan, we went to Dubai, we started doing all these overseas interviews. I know China, is looking for backdoors into our stuff. So anyways, I got super paranoid and I started looking for a real black phone. And so what I found was this company, Glacier, and they make a black phone. They do a hardened iPhone. They can do any phone. Any phone you have, you can hand it to them, and they will turn it into a hardened device where it stops data from getting sucked out of you. There's an Overwatch. You get endless amount of burner numbers. You get all-American VPNs. There's like a kidnapping type feature that tracks you more than regular iOS. But
Yeah,
anyways,
I'm about to get one of these phones.
lots of features on that. But another thing they do, where did that?
About to buy one of these phones that's like kidnap proof and just start handing them out to kids. That way it's like, oh, here's a phone for your kid that if they ever get kidnapped, it just knows.
Device.
I put it right here.
Yeah, so you don't
Open it
mind.
back up.
Yeah, hold that up. So, anyways, I called them up. We're gonna partner with them, and those phones are like $8,500.
Really?
Yeah, but
Wow.
I wanted something. I was like, look, this is becoming more and more of a thing. You see China buying a lot of the VPN companies. You see Israel buying a lot of VPN companies. And so what that thing is so we're doing this app, and the app is going to be like a more consumer-friendly version of the phone. The phone is really for Intel people, major corporations for their C-suite, stuff like that. It has a secure messenger service. But anyways, so we are doing a consumer product of that that's more consumer friendly. It's going to be an app, and we're going to call it Glacier App. There's a link for anybody that's interested with the late list down there. And we're also developing products. So that is a secure internet device from Glacier, works in 130 different countries.
Wow.
Basically, you just turn it on. It puts you on the secure server, like I said, in over 130 countries. They set it up to where all your devices will just automatically link to it. Then you're not using public hotel Wi-Fi. You're not using airport Wi-Fi. You're not using anybody's Wi-Fi, especially overseas. And it's all encrypted.
And this is connected to like a cellular network?
This is connected to a cellular network that runs through Glacier. And so all of your
I love that Shawn Ryan's talking to like one of the best hackers in the world right now, and he's like, yeah, man, I can get you a phone that's unhackable. And he's literally looking at it like, all right, man, challenge accepted.
traffic will
This
be
is awesome.
encrypted.
And is there like a subscription fee for this?
We haven't released those yet. Great question.
Oh. So
But,
I get the free 99.
yeah, you get the free
Wow.
one. So there it
Well,
is.
thank you very much. This
Now
is
you don't
really
have
cool.
to. Now you don't have to worry about public Wi-Fi anymore.
Well, I think it's more for the other people than me, but I appreciate it. I'll be using the crap out of this. I promise you that.
You're welcome, man.
Thank you very much.
You're
I didn't
welcome.
realize it did all that. It looks like a power bank, but it does a lot more than a power
Yep.
bank based on what you just said.
Yeah, so we use that in Taiwan. We use that in Romania. We use that in Dubai. I use it everywhere now. I just,
Awesome.
so
Well, congrats on that. That's good.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
I'm pumped.
Yeah,
You
I
turned me
am
into
too.
a tech guy.
Yeah, well,
You were the first tech guy I had
you
on.
know what I will also turn you into?
What's that?
I mean, I know you're wealthy, Shawn, but I don't think you're this wealthy.
I'm not wealthy.
Hold on a second. I brought something for you here. I got you $1 billion.
Dude.
$1 billion.
I could use an extra billion.
So,
The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe.
yeah, but you see how it says dollars on that bill?
Yeah,
So you technically have $1 billion.
fucking A.
You're officially a billionaire.
Billionaire now.
And I just wanted to make it very clear that you have, it's in the United States. So, maybe it came from Zimbabwe.
Thanks for making me a huge target.
Well, you hear about all these problems with billionaires in the United States, but people having issues with them and all this stuff. But you're not going to be one of them. And think about the people in Zimbabwe; they're all billionaires too.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
No problems. But just thought it was a cool thing. We ordered them on eBay at the office because there's like 50 or 20 billion dollar bills, 40 billion.
You ordered these on eBay?
Yeah, we thought we made it, we put them in a frame, and we just thought it'd be funny to give you one because it's just unbelievable the amount of inflation that's happened. But that's a whole different topic.
Yeah.
They don't use those bills anymore. But
right on.
Yeah, but it's a cool thing to have, I thought. But I got a couple things about cellular that I want to talk about.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's nothing against what you said. It's more just about cellular in general and my worries for it. So, firstly, there's this thing right here, which is a Verizon hotspot. It looks no different than a Verizon hotspot. That's what it is. It is a hotspot. I think it's called the Orbit. The actual or Orbic is the actual model of it. They're about $9 on eBay as of recording right now. And if I plug it in, show you how simple this is.
So this is the exact same thing as what I just gave you, just unsecure.
Yeah, so this is just a hotspot.
Okay.
But I modified this hotspot with a custom firmware called Ray Hunter.
Of course you did.
And for $9, I can, which I know you're gonna want one of these. This is up your alley.
Is this going to be the framed piece for this episode?
I don't know, but I bring this every country I go to, everywhere I go. So it's charging right now. Let me turn it on. Come on. There it goes. Okay. So you see, it's got their logo and everything on it. You would never know this isn't a real hotspot.
Yeah.
It still does broadcast a network on it. And you'll see at the top here, you're going to start seeing a green or red, hopefully green, a green or red line the second that it boots up. Okay, so it has no service at the moment, but it's loading. Okay, see that green line at the top there?
Yeah.
So that means that there are no stingrays within proximity to us, which is going real simple is how the feds or certain people can track your phone's location, the information that comes from your phone. Like just think of it as a way to determine if your phone's being tracked. And you could just have this running at all times, sitting in your pocket, and instead of it acting as a Wi-Fi router or hotspot, I could take this, I can use my phone, I'll show you. I could go and connect to the Verizon network right here, and then I'll go right to my browser. Hold on, Stingray Hunter. Where's it at? Come on. And I'll just...
So this thing basically detects if there's anything listening or gathering information on you within some type of a radius.
Yeah, and you don't have to stare at it. That's kind of the good thing about it is you don't have to stare at it and if it turns red once, it's here, hold on, I'll show you.
Like when you came to the old studio and we had that little piece of shit EMF detector thing and we found something in the wall and we're like, where is it?
Yeah, this is a whole different thing. Let me just look. I have it in my bookmark. Sorry, because I have the actual Verizon page and then I have the page of it where it's modified. Sorry. Here we go. All right. So, actually, what the heck? I actually have a warning here.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm dead serious. Look at this. There's a red warning. So I'll download that PCAP after. Like I seriously didn't set this up. I really didn't. I swear to God.
Well, shit. How do you know what it is?
I'll download it and try to see, but it just lets me know there's a device within proximity. That's the first time that's my first time ever seeing a warning.
This is likely, If you just turn your device on, this is likely a false positive.
Well, there's 2 other captures above it, so I don't know. There's a couple below it and above it, so we'll have to look into that. I've never even seen that.
Wait a minute. This is my...
I'd be paranoid too, bro. Some dude shows up at your house with a device that shows you if there's any devices around that you didn't know about that are just listening to everything you do. They see everything you do on the internet, and he turns his little device on and it says there's something here. I'd be bugging out too.
My place?
I mean, I didn't look
This
at it.
says Thursday, July 3rd, Wednesday,
It's like the meme, like the FBI guy in my phone is listening to me.
September 10th.
Well, then that would be incorrect, unless the top one has the wrong date.
Top one is Monday, October 20th.
That's today?
Yeah.
Yeah, then the other one must be, I must have missed it. That's,
Dude, you can't be fucking with me
I
like
didn't
that.
mean to. I barely looked at it. I just saw red and was like,
I
oh
just
my
told
gosh.
you how paranoid I get about this shit.
Well, this is why you need one of these.
I need to buy that.
It's
from you
$9
today.
right now. I'll just give you this one. But
That's $9.
yeah, it's a hacked version of a Verizon hotspot. But
So you just turn that on anywhere you go. How far is the radius?
I mean, it's anywhere it receives cellular, just like a cell phone would.
Yeah.
So it's what it's doing is like this interface is because I'm connected to the hotspot as if you would be using it, but it's on a custom port. It's called. So like it's a, you know how like people can root their Androids, meaning like giving it more permissions and install custom apps. This is running a version of Android that's rooted, and then it's
Okay.
running that custom software. So you just go in here, you let it run all day, and then you can go and just check, is it green, is it red? And if it is red, the Ray Hunter, like GitHub is like where all the developers put their stuff. You can copy the file and put it in there, and they'll analyze it for you. Like you don't even need to know what you're looking at. So they'd be interested in this red one that I have because I've never even seen red before. This is my first time.
Damn.
But yeah, I thought you would like this because it's kind of a cool, cheap little hacky thing, but all it works.
I'm getting like one of those for everybody on the team.
Yeah, I'll set them all up for you. All right, so that one,
What's that called?
this is a regular Verizon hotspot, but the software on it's called Ray Hunter,
Okay.
and then this is the Orbic, Orbic, Verizon Orbic.
Right on.
Yeah, I got mine on eBay. Let me turn it off. But as long as you're seeing a green line, you're good. And I didn't see a red line here, so I was like, as soon as I logged into the portal, it was like red. I was like, what? Never seen red.
So
in
what
the
do you
portal.
do if it's red? Get a new hotel room?
Put your
Get a
phone
new
in
hotel?
airplane mode or in a Faraday bag real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, because I never had it happen, but I like to know if someone's spying on me, you know?
So they could be sucking info out even. Okay.
And then let's see, what else can I show you? Okay, so speaking of cell phones, staying on that topic, this is something I actually brought as another gift for you. And
I love gifts.
have you heard of Meshtastic?
No.
So it's super cool. And you know, I don't know how familiar you are with the China situation. It just happened in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
I mean, I can talk about it briefly. I wrote some just so I make sure I have the numbers correct on that. There was 300 SIM card servers with over 100,000 SIM cards capable of 20 million or taking 20 million offline. So, and that's the tri-state region of New York. So, like, not just New York, but the surrounding states too. And that's just with the ones that they found. So, I think it would be kind of naive to think, you know, there's not more of these all over our entire country.
So what could that have done?
So it would have been a denial of service attack is the technical term for it, but it would have been so many, like have you ever been to a concert or a big event where everybody's there and your phone's going so slow and no calls are going through?
Yep.
That's because that's just so many people are there. Denial of service. This is a distributed denial of service, meaning coming from multiple angles with, you know, let's say each one sending 100 text messages a minute. It's intentionally trying to flood the towers with so much data that they can't function. They can't keep up with it. So that's essentially what that was set up to do. And to my knowledge, the way they found that, at least partially, was from a tip. So I don't think they're going to get a tip everywhere that China or whoever, I'm assuming China in almost all cases, has these all over our country, which scares the crap out of me.
Mm-hmm.
So I started looking into it.
What would they? Okay, so I really want to dive in. I have an idea of where this is going, but I want you to describe like, okay, they shut down all cell phone communications. What does that mean for the population, especially in a city that's as dense as Manhattan?
It's absolute chaos is what happened. It's absolute chaos. Everyone relies on a phone right now in some sort of way to connect with their families, to pay their bills, to, get into their cars, and like myself included, to get into their houses, to pay for things. It's like if to call for emergency services, yeah, like whatever, all of these things. And if you take it away, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, if China attacks us with an EMP and we lose our power, I mean, some stuff that I've read means people are thinking we're not even going to make it 3 months without power.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people are just going to die off.
A lot of people would die off.
Yeah, and it's sad and it makes sense though. So I could try to go further into it. I don't know, on the politics and all that, like, I don't know a ton about it.
I mean, how long would the server be down for?
As long as they're attacking.
So how would they initiate the attack?
I am Amina Sarunaya, and taker of whatever and whoever pleases me. Girl, what? I don't think you know whose shores you just pulled up on. Hostile greeting. I want all the smoke.
So, this is a guess
All
from me,
of it.
but if it was
What-
me
what
behind
bad
this,
shit
let's
can I-
say,
hold
I would
on.
have all.
What bad shit can I do to you right now? First, we're gonna denounce you. Denounced. Bitch. And then we're gonna hinder should we hinder her military? Nah, we don't fear her military. At all. So we're gonna hinder her finances. We're gonna hit her in her bag, bro. And then we'll hinder her military. Fuck out of here. Crazy.
All of these servers ready to go. I would have one computer that had access to all of them, or just imagine just like a digital switch. So I remote into a computer somewhere, wherever it is, and I press the go button basically, and the go button tells all of those SIM servers to start sending out text messages at mass volumes, and it's just going to keep people offline. So it would be somebody remotely detonating essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, all of the phones in the area / tri-state area, according to what I read, would be, they'd be completely useless. Not only with text messages, also phone calls, also data for the internet, completely offline.
Like hardwired internet as well?
No, internet would be okay.
Okay.
Because it's not affecting the cellular towers, but any cellular connection would be offline. Like you would see that you had connection, but it just wouldn't work.
How long could they keep it down for?
They would have to figure out where all of the places that were distributing all of that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it would take time. It would be substantial enough for it to be a problem, I'll tell you that much. Especially, imagine if it happened in like Utah or somewhere where there wasn't, I don't know, I'm just taking a random guess, but like somewhere that a little more desolate in certain areas at least. It would take a while for that to be fixed, I believe.
Would there be a way to trace that type of a signal? I mean, I remember seeing the pictures of that, and I mean, it was like tons of antennas and electronics. I mean, do one of these devices go, whoa, there's like a lot of text messages coming from that building?
So none of these devices are gonna go. I mean, you may be able to pull some general cellular frequency stuff from the hack RF / H4M, like the new hack RF. Combination. It's a whole thing. But you may be able to see something on here, like like a waterfall display is. It's just like colors going down the screen. You may be able to see like a big fluctuation of that, but I don't know for sure, to be honest with you. But I do know that with a denial of service attack, with a ton of numbers, taking 20 million phones, offline, I mean, that's a serious problem,
Yeah.
regardless if they could find it or not. But the problem is this. Um, the problem is if you're not sending or receiving text messages on all of these SIM servers, then how are they going to identify that they're there? Because they're not transmitting or receiving any data at that point. If the remote on and off switch I was talking about earlier was off, they're not going to be able to determine that they're there yet. But the second they start sending out a signal, it's probably a little bit easier for them to detect all of this data is coming out of this specific spot. They could just, go around with an electromagnetic, field detector and say, wow, there's a crap ton of all this coming out of this building.
By then, it's too late.
Yeah, at that point, it's already caused a mass hysteria or a mass problem, or the media is already reporting on China's attacking us or whatever, God forbid, happens.
Shit.
So, yeah, it's wild, man.
So what is the red thing here?
So this is a radio that I built for you. I bought the parts, obviously. It's the nerd details. It's a Heltec V3. It's a 3D printed case. It's got a custom antenna on it that gives you a little bit more range, because out here there's a lot more space than like in South Florida. We have hurricanes, we have all of the different emergencies that might happen, and we can operate with a little bit smaller antennas than what you would need in this state. So basically, what this device does is it operates very similar to a walkie-talkie, but a way cooler. So just hear me out. Like when you click a walkie-talkie and we're within range of each other, you're going to hear me, I'm going to hear you. Same with this. So this doesn't use your voice. You don't talk on it like a phone. You text with this. So imagine I send a text and I say, "Hey, Shawn," and then let's say you're within 100 feet of me, you receive it. Now let's say you're 10 miles away from me. This antenna isn't going 10 miles. With a walkie-talkie, it isn't going 10 miles. The reason why they call it mesh-tastic is because it's using all of the devices in between you to mesh together to get that message to the intended recipient. And on top of that, it's fully encrypted. So the devices that are carrying the message, imagine all the walkie-talkies are carrying that message until it gets to you, but none of them can hear your voice until it gets to the destination. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Imagine having a walkie-talkie that only the intended target can hear it, and it's going to use every walkie-talkie signal between you and that person to get the message to them. That's some real apocalypse shit right there. Like, you want to be the warlord in the apocalypse, you got to get the devices this guy has right now.
So there's a primary channel, which is just it's non-encrypted. Everybody's conversations in there. That's great for the natural hurricanes or emergencies. And then let's say you and I want to talk about something private off the grid. This has no cellular connection, no monthly bill. This is straight up using its own transmit and receive right from that antenna. You can be 100% anonymous with this, and no way to recover anything. I mean, this could also be used maliciously, to be honest with you, but so can anything. I don't think it. I don't know. It's just it's a super cool device. I'll save my opinion, but the way to operate it is actually with that specific one. You need the Mesh-tastic app on your phone. You connect it via Bluetooth, and then that's just so you can send and receive messages. But there are certain ones you can buy that are pre-built that look like Blackberries. Actually, they have little keyboards on them, and they connect in with the mesh, and then you send a message from the actual device itself and receive messages on the device itself. That is just a Bluetooth, so your phone's going to be your,
So the phone is the okay.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
can
you
actually
send
show
the
you.
so the message.
All right, guys. We're at an hour and 8 minutes in this episode of the Shawn Ryan Show right now. I'm going to take this as my first smoke break and run outside real quick. Leave you guys here for about 10 minutes. We're just getting started. I didn't even realize that this interview is 5 hours and 26 minutes long, and I'm not going to bed until I finish it tonight, so we're in for a long haul on this one. But I will be back in a few minutes. Thank you. All right, we're back. Time to continue this 6-hour stream.
Message goes from your phone to this through the mesh network.
I'll show you right now. It's so
I would highly recommend, if any of my friends are seeing this and you don't want to watch the whole stream, you should definitely go to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube and just listen to their 5-hour stream of it. If you don't want to watch me play Civilization, I'm completely okay with that, and listen to me rant about this stuff as I hear relevant things and want to pause and rant about it a little bit. What they're saying is very important. There's another interview that they did. It's in 2 parts because each part is like 3 hours long or something like this. The first time they sat down was also a very long endeavor, but this guy has a lot of relevant information. I'm sure they're going to get into it. We're only an hour in. Yeah, they got like another hour of them getting into like spy gadgets and stuff like that. We'll know another like 30 minutes of them getting into like spy gadgets and stuff before they start getting into like stuff with children and keeping kids safe on the internet and stuff like that. And that's exactly why I want parents to watch this, is because you don't understand that like you can use every tool available to try and keep your kids safe on the internet. It's not going to matter. Like, these people will literally sign up for Roblox and play it 24/7 and try and get your kids into weird chat rooms and stuff where they're literally like reenacting shooting Charlie Kirk. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. They're trying to lure your kids into like McDonald's and stuff. I watch so many predator catch videos on YouTube of these people literally thinking that they're talking, like, they know they're talking to children. That's what they think, and then they show up to these places and everyone's got fucking cameras and shames the shit out of them and calls the cops. And it just blows my mind that these dudes literally make a career out of it, and that these people that do these things they're like so oblivious. Like, there's no self-awareness of like seeing these videos online and being like, I'm never gonna get caught, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this really is just a 13-year-old girl that wants to marry me. Like, what kind of mindset do you have to be in? Like, I don't know. We have to figure something out in society to stop this from happening, because it's absolutely insane. It's probably a reason why a lot of people don't even want to have children at this point.
easy. So you got, can the camera see this? SRS mesh. You connect in, you're on there. This is going to tell you the nodes that are around you, which we're in a building that isn't going to have any nodes, but once we get outside, they would. Messages, channels, primary channel. And then you could just say, hey, I need help, for example. I'll just say, hey, so I don't scare anybody. And then now it's waiting to be acknowledged. What that means is it's waiting for somebody to acknowledge with their radio. It's going to acknowledge this message and relay it to as many people as possible, because this is a channel that everyone can see.
Holy shit.
And then there's I made you one called Secret Comms, which is built into this radio. It has its own private key. So if let's say I'm 100 miles away from you, I can send you a message, and it's going to use a bunch of other people's radios to get the message to you, but they're not going to see what I said. It's just going to use their radios to make it to you, hopping off of them.
Damn. How long does it take to get that message to somebody?
Milliseconds.
No shit.
Yeah, it's radio. It's a decentralized. It's a decentralized like cell phone networks. Just think of it in simple terms like that. That if the power grid went down, if the cellular grid went down, the batteries on them things last so long because they're low power and they're long range, and they're cheap too. I mean, like, all in on that thing, like, we're talking like $30.
Are you?
Yeah, and like, just to have that in your backpack, just in case something ever happens, God forbid, it can't hurt to have it. It's not hard to use. Like, I don't own. It's an open source project. I don't make any money telling anyone to buy them, but the more people that have them, the further the messages that can go. South Florida has a huge population of them. Missouri, huge population. California, huge. Like, there's a lot of places that already have a ton of these there, but the more people that have them, the further your message is going to go. So
Interesting.
kind of an interesting thing. I really liked it. There was a guy in Florida because I was learning about it, you know, trying to get my house set up. I have a little solar mount with a giant antenna coming off my roof. And like, you know, I'm going way above and beyond for this. Like my HOA probably hates me. But this guy who has this large infrastructure in Florida, he calls it Tron. Like there's this, like, I could show you a screenshot, but he's got these giant cell towers all the way down the coast of Florida. And as long as you can get your message to a Tron, you know, one of his locations, then it has enough transmit power to make it anywhere up and down the coast of Florida. So my goal was to get it to one of the Tron towers. So I finally go into their Discord, like their chat group, and I say like, hey, how do I, like, what kind of antenna should I buy? What kind of stuff should I get? I want to make it to Delray Tron. That was the Tron that I was trying to get to. And this guy, his name's Eric, reaches out to me, and he's giving me all this advice, and he said, I'll come out tomorrow morning at 6:30 to the intersection of where, he didn't know where I lived or anything, but I gave him a general idea. 6:30 in the morning, guy comes out, takes screenshots from his app, takes pictures on his phone, and he's showing me with a directional antenna. It's called a Yagi antenna. He's aiming it at the Delray Tron southeast, I think it is, and you could see that it is reaching it. So he proved that with a directional antenna that it would work. And this is a guy I've never met before, you know, somebody that's just like, if you know anything about the ham radio guys from back in the day, it's like a modern age ham radio group, but way more technologically advanced, and the people are like younger. So this guy goes out of his way to help me out, which is like, I'm not used to people doing me favors like that. And to make things even crazier, the guy that came out for me is a guy that owns the Tron infrastructure for all of Florida. So I just had the first guy and he didn't know who I was or anything like that. He just came out of the kindness of his heart. He drove a half hour. I found out where he lived because I came to go pick up that equipment from him later in the day. And super grateful for that. But the guy hooked me up and spent time that he didn't need to spend. And I recommend, if you go out and buy one of these things, make sure you Google like the state that you live in and join a community of some sort if you need help setting it up, because it's not hard or anything, but just to get advice from people that have already been doing it, you know. I already researched for around here. It's configured best for this location, but if you have any questions, obviously call me.
How do you turn it off?
It's you can hold both buttons, but it doesn't actually go off. It goes into like a sleep mode.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Right on. Damn, thank you, man.
No problem.
I would say I'm gonna frame it, but
you should use that one. Keep that one.
I am.
And especially because of the way, like, you know, without going into detail, you live high enough to reach far.
Right on.
Yeah.
What else do we got?
This one, and I'm trying to speed through because I don't want to make this too long.
Don't speed through it. This is good shit.
So this is called a screen crab, and a screen crab, if you notice here, it's got an HDMI on one side and an HDMI on this side, and basically this little antenna broadcasts a signal. So I could put this behind a computer monitor, put this behind a TV, and more importantly, a computer monitor. And then there's an SD card slot in here on this side right here that stores a ridiculous amount of footage, like way more footage than you would imagine, because it compresses the video. And this will be in line, so you can spy on somebody's computer screen. And they, you know, if you put IT use only, do not unplug, you know, like, and put it on a Post-it note or something, stick this behind the computer, who's going to remove this?
Nobody.
You know, most people are just going to ignore it. So I thought this was a cool little covert spy gadget that who's looking behind their monitor either, you know, like it's just a cool little gadget to have, especially when you're doing a physical pen test and you want to, you know, you want to watch people go through their internal systems and see their internal communications. If you can get this thing in there, then you can stand outside their office and wirelessly watch it, or store it to the SD card and then watch it later. So
you can hook that up wirelessly?
Yeah, that's what this is. So I could take the footage that's stored on the SD card and download it wirelessly. Gotcha. Or watch it wirelessly live.
Wow.
Yeah, I would have to be in range of it though.
Gotcha.
So that's the screen crab. And then this is called the land turtle. And the land turtle, the way I have mine configured at least, is the second I plug this into USB. So if I went into one of your offices and I plug this into one of their computers, it's going to immediately try to connect back to my server at my house and give me a connection like to this device. And then from this device, I can try to pivot from this device to your other devices on the network, because this is a mini computer inside of here. So it's, without going into, because it's nerdy stuff, without going into the details, I can use this device to pivot onto other devices, to other devices, to other ones. And then, I could be a million miles away from you and still have access to this because it's connecting directly back to me.
Shit.
Yeah, and Hack5 makes, that's the name of the company. They gave me a bunch of cool stuff. That's where the guy you interviewed, Mike Rover,
Yeah.
he works with them with his OMG cable.
No kidding.
Yeah. And this, another guy gave as a gift, J-Lo Hacks, or J-Blow Hacks, he's got an interesting name. And another guy, J-Bo Hack, hold on, sorry, I got your name wrong, J-Bo. J-Bo Hacks and another guy created this, and ZR Kraken is their usernames. They created this thing called the Nyan Box, which is 3D printed, but it is very capable. It does a lot of what this device did, like the dual ESP, but the Nyan Box does Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and then it does jamming as well, which jamming is a federal crime.
Mm-hmm.
So, but people can still do it. Doesn't mean people aren't going to commit that federal crime. So you could jam, which I'll show you here. I can choose, hold on, give me a second here. I get into the actual jammers. Yeah, I have WLAN jammer, meaning I can jam Wi-Fi networks. You see that on the top there?
Yeah.
So I could jam your Wi-Fi network right now, and if any of these cameras are hooked up to Wi-Fi, it's going to knock them offline. Like not using that de-auth attack I was talking about earlier, just broadcast, very similar to the Chinese, broadcasting the same frequency at such a high, like, I guess what's the better way to explain it? It's flooding the air with so much garbage on the same frequency that it doesn't know how to communicate anymore.
Yeah.
That's what jamming, that's how it works. And then there's all kinds of cool features that are, I'm skipping over, but there's actually one in here that has protocol kill. Here we go. Kill Wi-Fi, kill video cameras, like meaning wireless cameras, doorbells, kill RC, like drones, RC cars, anything that uses a remote controller, just kill that frequency. Bluetooth low energy, USB, wireless, like USB mice and keyboards. This is for, what does he have here? Zigbee, that's another protocol. And then NRF24, that's basically the same thing as what I was saying earlier with the keyboard and mice thing, but still a different, it's all of these different things. I can choose which one. So let's say I do wireless camera, I click it, and then I can start that attack.
It's time to ask more of our browser. Hey Copilot, adjust all these recipes for 7 guests and combine them into one cooking schedule. Also, I'm out of milk.
Here's a cooking schedule scaled for 7 guests and also milk-free.
Freedom.
And it will knock those cameras immediately offline. So that's one thing. And then the last thing I'll show you with this device is the sour apple attack. So you're on the brand new version of iPhone, right?
A little behind here. They just came out the new one.
Like you're at least above version 18.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to break your phone. All right, so I just enabled sour apple.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a favor and unlock your phone real quick. You can even put it in airplane mode. It's not going to change anything.
It's in airplane.
It already is?
Join this Apple TV.
Yep, here, keep hitting X. You're in airplane mode right now.
Connecting. I hit.
You're in airplane mode right now, so now you shouldn't be getting any connections, right?
Apple TV keyboard. Password auto.
Keep going.
Wireless audio sync.
Yeah, I just got a transfer phone number option. I just skip it to you so you can see the screen.
Sign in.
It probably shows your iCloud ID, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, little things little OPSEC mistakes that Apple makes right there that I could have pop up on someone's screen.
Transfer phone number.
Yeah.
AirPods.
But at that point,
Set up Apple Vision Pro.
but it makes it so your
Set up
phone's
your Apple TV.
unusable even if you're in airplane mode. And the only way to avoid that is to go into settings and disable Bluetooth. Not from the control center or in airplane mode. You got to go in your settings and turn Bluetooth off. I just assumed, and I think most people do, when you turn airplane mode off, your phone is turning all channels off, but it's not.
So this just disrupts just about anything that's wireless.
Well, that one, I did the attack towards the phone, but I do have some ways that I could do it with Windows computers or Android phones. I have different attacks, but yeah, it makes it, the older versions, it crashes the phone completely. The beta version of the newest version for iPhone, like iOS 26, it was crashing that too. But the newest version, it's not. It's just, it makes your phone unusable. Like with so many, you can't use it with that many notifications popping up.
I want one of these too.
Yeah, I can ask them to
This
send you
is
one.
like-
They 3D printed it for me.
He said, sorry, bro, I didn't bring you one of these, but I can ask him to make you one, which is pretty nice considering people be showing up for the Shawn Ryan podcast all the time. And Shawn Ryan, he just goes out and talks to Sig, and Sig Sauer gives him whatever their newest, dopest pistol is to give to all his Navy SEAL friends. Like, hopefully someday, from me playing Civilization and doing all these things on the internet, Shawn Ryan goes, hey man, I want to have you on the show, and he gives me a brand new Sig Sauer P365 or something. That would be dope.
Do you ever think about, when you're working with Sentinel Foundation in another country and you're going out, you're hunting predators? I mean, I'm just curious, do you ever run the jammer so that nobody can tap into your phones, nobody can listen in, nobody can do any of that while you're having like a face-to-face conversation? Let's say you guys are doing your brief.
So we
Or you
use
doing
Faraday bags. So I haven't had I've never had to do that with a jammer, but we do throw stuff in Faraday bags. And I mean, you see me, I'm nuts with it. I put my laptop in a Faraday bag. I have that's actually something I'll bring up. I know I'll save the rest of it for the end, but we donated in collaboration with this company. We donated 130 something recently to law enforcement in Peru. And the reason why these bags are important for phones, if no one knows, a Faraday bag, if you're unfamiliar, for the people that are watching, it just blocks signals from going in and out. So when, let's say there's a predator or a trafficker and they get arrested and the phone gets seized, right? You put their phone just like this in the bag, and then now it is locked. This phone has zero signal right now. It's not getting in or out of the bag. So let's say you're law enforcement and you are trying to make sure that evidence stays intact. You now have the ability with Apple, with iCloud, with Android, you can wipe that phone remotely. So before they even get back to the station, somebody could wipe that phone and all your evidence is gone. But if you keep that phone in a Faraday bag, then your evidence stays preserved. And that's one thing Sentinel did recently was make sure that law enforcement was equipped with these bags, because they're cheap, and certain companies are more expensive. This one's a little more than others. They're just a nice brand, but there's other brands that are like $10 a bag, $20 a bag, and that could be the difference between a guy doing no time in prison or the rest of his life.
Yeah.
So
Damn.
I think they're very important.
Yeah, let's take a break. My days don't slow down between SRS. Do it. All right, Ryan, we're back from the break, but now we're going to get into some heavy stuff on why you came here. We're going to pick up with some childhood stuff. We're going to talk about some cybersecurity, and then we're going to get into everything you're doing now, and more specifically the 764 satanic cult. But before we do, a couple things. Everybody gets a gift, even though I already gave you one, but Some things never change around here, Ryan.
Hey, I
Vigilance
remember
League,
these.
gummy bears.
Are they still legal in 50 states?
RFK hasn't, kicked them off the
Wow.
shelves
I don't know
yet.
how you're getting away with this.
Me neither. All kinds of toxic shit in there, but it does taste good, and there's no drugs in there, so that's good.
None?
But they're still legal in all 50 states. But and then about Patreon. We got Patreon community. They've been with us since the beginning, and I always give them credit. They're the reason that I get to sit here with you today.
Well, let me say something before you say that. So the Patreon group, one of your staff members, showed me some of the amazing comments, because I guess you guys put a post out saying like Ryan Montgomery's coming back on if you have any questions. And he said 3 times the amount of comments that he's ever seen, which was heartwarming for me, obviously. So I was like, I want to go on there and thank them. So I opened up my phone, and I guess since I'm a $5 a month member and I don't have enough to ask a question or whatever, I couldn't see my own post. And I'm in the middle of us talking, but prior to our breaks, and my phone's and I'm like, come on, please, microphone, do not be picking this vibration up. And I thought people were texting me or calling me, but it's your Patreon going wild right now.
No shit.
Yeah. So if anyone hears any vibrations, it's the Patreon people just being extremely supportive, and so thank you guys.
Right on, man. So one of the things I do, obviously, you just kind of brought it up there, but we offer them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question. So this is from Jeff Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
What are ways that someone aspiring to get into white hat hacking can get experience? What technology can average Americans use to protect themselves or become more efficient in cybersecurity for day-to-day life?
Okay, so I think the first thing that comes to mind is using all of the resources that are available right now, like capture the flag platforms. So there's a few of them. Obviously, I favorite TryHackMe because that's the one that I
Everything is going to beat.
I'm quote unquote number one on, I'm number one on their leaderboard, but number one on their platform or whatever. I love TryHackMe, and I'll explain why in a second. But there's TryHackMe, there's Hack the Box, there's Portswigger Academy, there's a bunch of them. Even it's the name is slipping me right now, but a good friend of mine, Nahamsek, has his own platform that he's building out. Look him up. But there's a ton of awesome platforms you can learn on that not only are capture the flag style, meaning like you have to solve a challenge and get the flag before somebody else, and you get more points where it's more competitive.
Mm-hmm.
There's walkthroughs that teach you just the basics of networking, or the basics of how to use Windows, how to use Mac, how to use Linux, how to use a cell phone, how do you do forensics on a cell phone, how do you, you name the category, there's a walkthrough for it on TryHackMe, Hack the Box, etc. And I would recommend, as somebody, let's say you've never touched a computer, excuse me, never touched a computer in your life. You join one of these platforms, you click the Complete Beginner tab, you start going down each one of those tasks individually. Some of them are going to be boring, but the cool thing is a lot of them are hands-on. So not only are you reading, but you're learning as you go through each category, and you're seeing the result of what you've done. So like one of them is, I remember on TryHackMe in the beginning, like I brought a lot of people onto that platform, and I don't own it or anything, but I like the platform. One of the first ones is hacking a bank. So it's a fake bank that they have set up, and your goal is to transfer funds from one account to your account. And it shows the vulnerability in that specific case of how you would move the funds over. But they explain it in such a simple way that anyone can understand.
Interesting.
And then it gets progressively harder, but anything that gets harder, you've already learned in previous steps.
So this whole website is like an education for people wanting to hack.
So half of it is that, and then the other half is competitive hacking, where already experienced hackers are competing to get the first, it's called first bloods, but meaning like the highest level of permissions on that computer. And a lot, the reason why I got first place and why I have the most points is because I got that first bloods on almost all of the 3 challenges a week for 6 months straight. And you get double the points per question that you answer if you're the first person to answer it.
Gotcha.
So that's why I ended up in first position I have like a 20,000 point lead. And the funny thing is they had to change their whole point system. So because of me, So now when you like, they have weekly leagues now where like there's a bronze league, they go going all the way up to like sapphire, diamond, and then like there's a weekly winner based on your point numbers. And then once you go to the overall leaderboards, it defaults to the monthly leaderboard, whoever's winning for the month. And then if you click a button that says all time, and it defaults to the country you're in. So whoever's the first number one in that country. And then if you click that and you go to all countries, then you see me at the top. So you got to go through 4 steps to see that I'm number one on the platform now.
Damn.
Whereas before it was just, you didn't even have to be signed into the website. You could just click leaderboards and you'd see I was at the top. But they changed it because I get it. It's not motivating to the users if there's no way that they can overtake me unless they spend 5+ years and I quit. I understand why they did it, but it was funny to say the least. And the reason why I bring up TriAcme and all these other platforms is it's a great place for you to learn, place for you to join a community, which, as I've talked about in the past, is the foundation of how I've learned. Community, mentors, people, actually spending time. And I was never scared to ask questions. And thankfully, like I was talking about with the Meshtastic radios and off-the-grid communications, like those people a lot of them are ham radio guys. Like they super willing to help. You just have to ask nicely and try to be part of their community. They don't expect anything in return from you. And it's the same goes for these cybersecurity platforms. So highly recommend that he does that. And while learning offense, I think that offense is your best defense.
No kidding.
Yeah, because if you know how to attack, you know how to defend. So it's being aware is one thing, but knowing how that attack works in the first place means you know how to defend against it.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of answers the question, I think, in both ways.
So what is something for people that aren't going to learn how to attack, for people that aren't tech savvy, what is something that they can do to take cybersecurity more seriously?
I think educating themselves, watching videos, then if they don't want to go through learning anything about it, like on a hands-on level, learning, by just listening to people like myself, watching some of my PSA videos, I like to call them, because they're short, like 15, 30-second videos where I just talk about an important topic. This is what's the danger is. This is what you can do to fix it. And I keep it really short, simple, to the point. You could do that. You could Google, like, how can I stop hackers from hacking my Wi-Fi, or, watch a YouTube video on it. And maybe there's something like, if you buy this new router, there's currently no vulnerabilities, like that's, I guess, the simplest way I can put it. But
I've always worked 2 jobs from as far back as I can remember. I actually found out about the Google Career Certificate Program from a friend. I got a chance to receive experience from every sector.
Like, if
I'll say, just watching your Instagram, TikTok feed, I mean, you started putting out these videos after our interview 3 years ago. I go crazy, but I mean, it's everything from talking about the Bark app, for parents, to erasing your residence off Google Earth, erasing your address. Like, there's a ton of like really good information on all of your social media pages that are, I mean, it's just good stuff that a lot of people don't think about.
I genuinely appreciate it. And like, for me,
it's simple too. You make it simple.
I try to, and that pissed off so many of the neckbeards, like the cybersecurity guys out there that like, you know what? I'll go into this because it's important to me. When I was a young kid, I was bullied like crazy. I was bullied because I looked different. I acted different. I didn't really fit in. And when I say bullied, I don't mean just them hurting my feelings by saying things to me and whatever. I was, physically, I didn't grow up in the greatest areas, didn't go to the greatest schools, and I'll get into more of that too. But I was bullied on a level that most kids wouldn't make it through, and I coped with it in my own ways. But I'm sorry. I'm missing. I forgot what I was going to say. Again, it happened to me again.
Bullied. You're getting bullied.
Yeah, I was getting bullied, but what was I originally bringing up? Why I'm being bullied? What were we talking about before that? Sorry, I just lost my train of thought because I was trying to.
So my boy Jesse, who's watching right now, they are talking about cybersecurity, keeping your kids safe on the internet. Right now, he's going over his backstory of what he went through growing up, and yeah, this dude. He's like one of the best hackers in the world. He just got done showing a whole bunch of devices that can like change your Wi-Fi on you, steal the key fob, like the RFID chip from your car, and change it so that you can't get into your car anymore or turn it on, but he can. He's basically just one of the best hackers in the world. He was just talking about a website you can go to called tryhackme.com, where like it teaches you how to hack people, and yeah, just stuff like that. And he's gonna get into like Roblox and how the creeps get to the kids on all these games and stuff like that, and how he's hacking all the bad guys. Like in the first interview he did years ago, he talked about how he wasn't a good hacker at first. Like when he first learned all these skills, he had a program that he would install on thousands of people's computers. I think at one point he said he had 100,000 computers all over the world, and when you turned your computer off at night, he had a program on it that would keep it running silently, just 10% of the computer's power, mining Bitcoin. And he had 100,000 plus of these computers all over the world using 10% of their power at all times without the owners knowing, to mine Bitcoin for him. So like technically he was stealing electricity from all of those people, even if it was like 25 cents every couple days. You know what I mean? And he ended up making like thousands of dollars off Bitcoin doing stuff like that. But he ended up just turning into one of the good guys and being like, you know what, instead of doing bad things, as like minuscule as that was, it wasn't really hurting anyone. He went, you know what, like I could use my powers for good, and now he uses his powers to catch pedophiles trading CP on the internet. And it's really cool. This guy's like my hero. I might go to tryhackme.com and try and figure out how to do this stuff so I can catch the bad guys. But I'm going to start playing it again. I hope you enjoyed my explanation of it.
I think of something else. Crap, man.
Well, we could sit here all day and try to figure it out.
No, you asked me a question, though. You asked me a question, and it was, this is important.
What can people do? I was talking about your page. I said it's anybody looking to learn
the
more about
cybersecurity scumbags. So if you can
neckbeards.
Yeah, the neckbeards. So if you, I mean, I would really appreciate if you cut that out, because I want them to know. I don't want them to make fun of the fact that I couldn't remember that I was making fun of them. But so these neckbeards, when I was getting bullied like crazy.
But other than them talking about that, I'm just playing Civilization, and all these people want war with me. And I'm that dude from 300 with like all the cool fucking piercings and stuff from Persia, Xerxes. And basically they wanted war with me, so I'm bringing war to everyone's front door. I'm that dude right now.
Crazy as a kid, you know, like on another level, getting like, you know, the crap beaten out of me all the time by multiple people, getting jumped, you know, and moving all over the place, different schools, never finding a safe place. The one safe place that I found was the internet. I had the cybersecurity community, the little one that existed back then, which was AOL Instant Messenger and IRC. That was it. There was nothing more than that in the beginning. Slowly, a couple things started to come out, but they were the nicest people to me. That's where I felt the most at home. That's where I felt the safest. That's what made me happy at the end of the day. And you know, like I think Bryce actually said it well. He said, like, you know, kids go around every day, but they come home and rule the world. And that's what it felt like to me. You know, it felt like a community, and it felt like maybe it's a bad way to put it, but it felt powerful. You know, something that I didn't feel as a kid. And then for me to come on to this show and start talking about gadgets and talking about cybersecurity and trying to simplify it on purpose, like, you know, and I've never claimed to be the best hacker in the world. Never did any of those things. For them to say what they've said about me and treat me the way they've treated me over the last 3 years, it's very disheartening, man. I mean, now I know I have a lot of support out there, I have a lot of love out there from people, but it isn't the cybersecurity community. It's far from the cybersecurity community. they've showed me how ruthless they are, how divided they are, how opinionated they are, how like I said, their neck beards are actually types. I just can't handle it. I don't want, it really bothered me in the beginning. All of my insecurities, they validated, which I understood. Like, I understand I have two different ears. One's going one way than the other. I understand I have a dysfunction in my jaw where my jaw doesn't open wide enough. I understand that I'm skinny. I understand that, one of my eyes is lower than the other one. Stop staring at my face, dude. Like, you're the one watching me. I don't care. But I did, though. I'm not going to lie and say it didn't bother me, but it did bother me at first. It genuinely did. And I care. Now, like I said to you earlier, I don't know if it's going to make it into the show or not, but like, I intentionally want to aggravate them, make the title #1 ethical hacker. Like, I seriously couldn't give a crap less, in the nicest way possible. And yeah. So thankfully, I see that the 99.99% that aren't cybersecurity people, they seem to be getting along with me well, and that makes me feel very good and happy and grateful. And it's just, once you get onto Reddit and Twitter, like where the neckbeards live, where they sit in their little basements on their computers, mad at the world. I just don't want any part of it.
It's lonely at the top, Ryan.
I guess so, man.
You're figuring that out.
Figuring it out. Yep.
But you're doing great.
Yeah, they'll love, the gadgets and love and telling me how this one's wrong or that's wrong. It's like, shut up, dude. Nobody cares. That's the truth.
Yeah. Dude, you can't listen to those fucking people, man.
I
don't have
anymore.
anything better to do.
We spent maybe an hour about it last night.
You gotta think. They have nothing better to do than to sit there and talk shit about you. Not get better at hacking, not better their life, not go make a better living, not go get a fucking girlfriend or a boyfriend. They just want to fuck with you.
That's exactly right.
That's how pathetic their existence is. They're going to waste all of their time
and just to
talking shit about you on the internet, and you will never even fucking meet them.
That's exactly right. And even if I do meet them, I'm not going to know who they are, Shawn.
Yep.
Because they hide behind aliases. They make they go out of their way to watch the videos. They make an account, set up a fake email, confirm the email, put a fake profile picture, if they even do that. Leave a comment, send a message, do whatever they do. Like, you're spending more time on me than I am on you. Who is the loser, bro?
Yeah.
Like, it's absolutely mind-blowing. But then, like I said to you yesterday, like I go to these hacker conventions, like 30,000 people there. I've gone to some that are smaller, but at DEF CON, I did the keynote the last 4 years straight. Yeah, even prior to our first episode, I did the keynote with, it's called Red Team Village. And not one time out of 30,000 plus people has anyone come up to my face and said something negative. And I'm not exaggerating when I say I've taken over 1,000 pictures every single year, other than the first year, of course, because nobody knew who I was. But the last 3 years, 1,000 pictures, easy. Lines of people that want to take, like not an ego thing, like it's just fact. Not one of them said a negative word to me. And it's like, I guess maybe because I grew up in a different spot, a little harder than some of these people, but if you're gonna talk like behind a screen and you're gonna say it to my face, like, be ready to, like, I'm not a violent person, don't get me wrong, but like, if you come at me, I'm coming back at you. I grew up in a spot where that's how things go. I'm never gonna attack somebody for no reason, but if you're gonna say what you're saying to me online and threaten me and my family and all these things, then you better in real life do the same thing.
Yeah.
So I'm not claiming to be big, bad, or anything.
I know you guys can't see him right now, but imagine being that dude talking shit to this guy. You should look him up. Like, he's literally, like he's saying, he's a skinny dude, scrawny. He literally looks like the nerd. And, like, imagine being in public and he's like, you're that motherfucker that said you was gonna kill my family on the internet. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna press this dude. And he comes up in your face and you're just like, oh, Ryan Montgomery? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, I swear. Oh, man.
Thing like that, but I'm not just going to...
I bet he does jujitsu. He gives me the vibes that he trains jujitsu 2 to 3 hours a day. He's like, you know what? Try me.
Sit back and let somebody bully me or take advantage of me as a grown man. It's not happening. That's the nicest way I can put it. Sorry, I censored
It's all
myself.
good, man. It's can't pay attention to these fucking people.
I don't. I really don't, and I wanted to make it clear that I did, and I don't care anymore, and now it's just entertaining for me.
Let's move on with the interview.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
I am ready.
All right. We left some stuff out in childhood last time.
Yep, we did.
What did we leave out?
So this is, all right, I made it pretty clear, had a serious drug addiction at a very young age. And so did most of my family on my dad's side, not my mom's side, my dad's side. And unfortunately, lost a ton of them, lost a ton of friends. I talked about that a little bit the last time. Since our last interview, I've lost 3 more family members. And I showed you actually today, what my cousin on my dad's side is on one of those random street interviews, you know, whacked out on fentanyl. And it's, you know, it's my, so just the reason why I say that is I grew up with drugs as a serious problem around me at almost all times, friends and family. And my mom's side of the family was probably one of the most valuable pieces because I didn't have that really as much of a problem on that side. When I was really young, though, just kind of skipping right into a story, I was probably 11 years old, and I'm hanging out with the bad kids in the neighborhood, you know, and like I won't name them, but there was 3 of them, and
he said, "I ain't no snitch. I'm not snitching on my boys, but there was some bad kids."
We decided,
don't tell my mom,
that we wanted to grow some weed, and I, you know, that wasn't a hardcore drug or anything. Like as an 11-year-old, it is, but like whatever the case is, we decided we wanted to grow some weed. And I hate weed. I can't stand it. The feeling makes me freak out. There's no weed on this planet I've ever had a good reaction to. So never liked weed, but I like the idea of growing it. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm a nerd. But we agree that we're going to move these plants, these little baby plants, between all of our houses and try not to get caught by our parents, of course, you know, because that wouldn't be good. One of the kids, skipping a ton of details, one of the kids tells his mom that I have the plants at my house. The mom hated me already. And the mom calls the local police. Police call my mom. My mom gets brought into the station with me. They happen to do some stuff, they committed some crime, and the cops are accusing me of this crime. And then I had nothing to do with it. And then they have my mom kind of cornered and confused and like letting her know, like, hey, we know about these weed plants that you have in your house. Just let us know about it. We'll take care of it. And they convince my mom that there's no big deal. Like, you know, they're just going to come by and pick up the plants and it's going to be over with. Like, that's what they had my mom thinking. I'm 11. I can't tell my mom that's a lie.
You're 11?
Yeah.
You're growing pot at 11?
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, dude.
It wasn't a crazy operation, but they made it out to be. So what ended up happening was we're at the police station, sitting there with my mom, and my mom believes that the cops are just going to come in there, and they gave my mom 2 options. Either let us come pick it up, or we'll sit out front and wait until a warrant, you know, blah, 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 and then like a warrant comes in, and then we can go in and get them. So either way, you're giving up the plants. Is basically what they put my mom in the position of, and she was unaware of this situation. It's not like my mom was like, yeah, grow weed in the house. You know, it wasn't like a thing. And I'm just a little boy. The cops promised my mom that they're not going to make a spectacle out of it. It's not going to be a thing. They just want to get the plants out. She believes it. They come. They take the plants. The whole neighborhood's outside. They're taking the plants. They're little plants, but they're, you know, maybe this tall. There's a bunch of little baby plants that are just little. They're called like the germination stage, like after the seeds start to grow a little root, like, and you just see a little piece of plant coming out of the soil. Like most of them were like that, and then there was like 2 or 3 of them that were like this tall. And the cops bring them outside with no bags covering them. The whole neighbors embarrassing the crap out of my mom at that time. And the cops charged me with possession with intent to deliver, for that, like as a drug dealer. They charged me with cultivating marijuana. And
at 11 years old, bro, you catch a little kid, an 11-year-old, like, yeah, sure, he's growing some weed, but it's literally like little sapperlings, and you're gonna throw the book at him? Like, that's crazy.
And the charge, it was something to do with vandalism or something, but something I had nothing to do with the other kids. I wasn't even involved in it, but they charged me with it anyway. And that was my first time ever getting in trouble, but that turned into probation. That didn't turn into any type of facilities or any type of detention centers or anything like that. This was just probation, where I had to go pee in a cup with a juvenile probation officer who, was strict but wasn't anything like what I'm going to get into later. And when you're that young, you're doing the wrong thing, you're in the wrong areas, you're hanging out with people that are doing serious drugs. Because I at 11 years old, I was hanging out with bad people. I started doing more. What's the word for it? Sorry. After being on probation, you're at way higher risk of getting in more trouble because you have to check in if you don't show up on time, if you pee in a cup and you fail for a different drug or any drug for that matter. If you don't do anything correctly, you're getting a violation and you're going to juvenile detention, bare minimum, and then sent to a rehab, residential program, or whatever. And whatever they want to do to you, they're going to do to you. So I get in trouble way more times with different drugs and being on probation. I'm failing drug tests. I'm in school getting in trouble, getting caught with drugs, and all of these.
How old were you when you started drugs?
11.
You started at age 11?
I started messing with various drugs at 11, like including weed, and alcohol and all the just stuff that people usually start around 15, 14, 15. Not that it's okay to start at that age, but that's the average based on, I think, what I know. The ecstasy and all of that stuff started very, very soon after just the experimentation phase. Because I don't even really count weed as the experimentation phase because I hated it from the beginning. It freaked me out so bad that I couldn't even smoke this stuff. But for whatever reason, I loved ecstasy, as I told you the first time. And then the come down of ecstasy sucked so bad that when somebody introduced me to opioids, the come down, it made it way easier. And then I realized I liked the opioids better than I liked the ecstasy, and that's why I stopped going to the raves and all that stuff in Philly, like we talked about. So all of that's happening, and I'm failing drug tests for opiates and benzos and amphetamines because of other situations I'm going to get into. But this is all in because remember, my drug problems were 11 to 17. So it wasn't that long, but a lot happened in that short period of time, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So long story short on that, I'm on probation. She violates me, and I end up in the juvenile detention center time after time after time for all these different stupid, petty crimes, all revolving around drugs. Nothing violent, nothing anything other than, I'm not saying what I did was right, but like stealing stuff or having
self-harm. It was all self-harm stuff.
Yeah, all stuff that I was doing to myself. But then the only thing that wasn't was actually a pretty crazy story that I'll tell you. Which actually goes into another one with my dad. A guy who was a grown man who was married to a grown woman who was actually even twice his age, was picking me and those kids up in the neighborhood at a very young age, 12, 13 years old, picking us up 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I remember we had a ladder on the side of my bedroom window, and he would pick us up and we'd get in his car. He would drive us to all these different cities in Pennsylvania, and he would park at the end of the block, and we would just go check all the door handles down the block for each car and steal the change, the GPSs. Like back then, GPSs were in everyone's cars. And, if they go into their glove box and see if they had emergency gas money in there, and whatever they had that was worth something, we would take it, we'd give it to him, and then at one point he would sell the stuff. So what I found out later about this guy, and I'm wrong for that, it was fueling a drug addiction at this time, because remember at this age I'm doing opioids are very expensive, and then that turned into heroin, and we've already talked about that story, so I'm trying to skip that. But the guy, the craziest part about this is at one time he tells me, "Hey man, take home some of this stuff." I took home a ton of the stolen merchandise. And at one point he had a revolver in his bedroom, and I was like, I never had a gun before, never shot a gun before at that time, and he gives me this revolver. There wasn't any bullets or anything, but he gave me the revolver, and I had this, and I had all of this stolen merchandise, and the next morning it's boom, 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 boom. You hear just knocking at the door like loud, like it sounded like the SWAT team was at my house. The cops are at the door, guns out. My family, my mom, my stepdad at the time, is out the door, and they, they see guns out. So it's like obviously serious. And they're like, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" They know about the gun, and I didn't tell anyone about the gun. So they go right up into my bedroom. They know exactly where this gun's at. They go right to grab all the stolen merchandise. I get charged with 110 counts of receiving stolen property. I get a weapons charge for the revolver, even though it had no bullets or whatever. It's okay. I wasn't planning on using it, but I had it. I find out this guy that's been picking us up every night was an informant for a completely different case. So this guy's committing crimes while he's an informant with children. He's using children to rob cars to fuel his addiction while he's a police informant. So him and his wife end up in the newspaper. His name's Thomas James Gallagher, who actually just got arrested recently for, unfortunately, murdering a
Of course he's a Gallagher. It's always a Gallagher, bro. Shameless had it so correct.
or not an 18-year-old girl in a DUI situation. But yeah, so he did that later in life, and but what he did to me was wrong too. But he was in the papers for that too, and it was called like kitty car thieves or something was the title of the news article, and whatever the case is, the guy he must have had some really bad luck because he ends up on the same block as my dad. And my dad is very different looking than I am. Like, we have similar eyes and like features, but my dad is like a 6-foot gorilla, like bald head, like very different than me. And my dad finds out that he is TJ Gallagher on the block, and my dad, and he's talking about like I know your son, blah blah blah. My dad punches him right in his jaw, breaks his jaw in the George W. Hill Correctional Facility. His jaw got wired shut. They transferred my dad to a state prison to get him away from this guy. And my dad was sticking out. I mean, as much as my dad has gone, like I said the last time, has done drugs and has been in and out of jail and done some dumb things in my life, like my dad cares about me. It's just drug addiction is tough. And I lost, my family to it. I lost, his most, like my sister Ariana, she's my half sister, but I call her my sister, and my brother Danny. Their mother Lauren, which was my dad's like kind of basically his wife, and their parent, she passed from an overdose, semi recently, and a lot of people have passed recently. But my dad, the reason why I say that is he has a lot of problems at the moment. He just got hit he was on an electric scooter. He got hit at 65 miles an hour by a car, and he broke almost everything from his stomach down to his ankles. And if you've seen the pictures, it'd blow your mind that he's alive. My dad, on the other hand, has been shot, stabbed, lit on fire, and now hit by a car. And I could tell you each one of those stories individually, and he's still alive. So the man has a wild story within itself. It's just still happening current day. My dad's story is not over. Like, it's still live action, But my dad has always cared about me, and he loves me. I know that, but it's really hard to be present as a father for 32 years when your main focus is alcohol and drugs. And if you're in prison or jail, even if you're in jail, at least for that case, he was in jail for something, but then he got more time for breaking that dude's jaw. Like, I know he loves me, I know he cares about me, but it was tough. Going back to another time my dad went to jail, though, and the bullying scenario, there was this kid named Charlie. I won't say his last name because I don't want to embarrass him, because he's probably older now and probably is very different than he was when I was a little boy. But in the middle of all this bullying, this kid Charlie, his parents were really rough on him and weren't letting him stay at the house. So I was letting him stay at my house, but my mom hated him. My mom didn't want him around because she heard bad things about him from other parents. And I just lied about his name and never told her his real name. So she called him a fake name for a long time. Out of nowhere, the kids that were bullying me got him to join the I Hate Ryan group. And it was all over something stupid. If I can remember, it was about like a fake hit of acid that was sold that, like, I don't even remember doing, to be honest with you. But all of these people just wanted to hate me, and they wanted to arrange this fight to happen at this park. And the goal was for me to fight Charlie one-on-one. So a guy that was my friend, that I was giving a place to sleep every night, you know, at risk of me getting in trouble for lying about who he was for a while. Now he wants to fight me. So I'm like, all right, dude, let's go. My mom freaks out about it, of course, because she's my mother, and she calls my dad, which she never would do unless it's an emergency, because my mom and my dad are like very different people, oil and water. You know, my mom is just an angel, never did drugs, never got in trouble, very different person. Calls my dad shows up to, you know, and he's wasted, he's on drugs, he's with my sister and brother's mom, Lauren, at the time, who passed, but she was wasted, had one of those big plastic cups full of vodka and Coca-Cola, like exactly what you'd imagine it to be. And they want to come with me while I fight this kid one-on-one to make sure everything's fair. And I was like, okay, you know, that's all right if you want to do that. We show up at this park, no exaggeration to you, Shawn, I'm not even embellishing this. There were 40 kids at this park that were trying to come at me. Like, there's a basketball court in the back of the park, and then it's just a lot of like walkway up to it. It's like playground. There's a creek in the, you know, and then in the back was a basketball court. There was no exaggeration, 40 kids there. So the goal was to fight Charlie one-on-one, and I was willing to do that. My dad comes up, he sees that I'm about to get attacked by a bunch of kids at the same time, and he just starts swinging on kids. Like, he's punching all of these kids. He threw one into a bike, it hit his head on a you know, a peg on a bicycle. One of them, like, into the basketball court thing. Like, he hits Charlie, all these kids. Charlie's mom drives by after, she's screaming out the window, like, F you, F to my mom. Like, it was a disaster. My dad gets arrested for beating up kids, obviously. Does 2 years for that, for me. Even though I didn't ask him to go fight a bunch of kids, like, what he didn't realize, even though he thought he was doing something good for me, and he stopped me from getting jumped by 40 people, you know, he tried to do what he thought a father would do in that scenario. But what happened was, everybody now hated me even more because I got my dad to go beat somebody up or beat everybody up for me, and which I didn't. But it looked that way at the time. So it forced me out of that school. It forced me out of that town. And my dad had to do 2 years in prison for it. And, you know, he's never thrown it in my face, never done, like, as much as like I said, my dad's a piece of work. He really is. He's surprising sometimes when it comes to those things. But I love him to death. I do, but he's not my mom. They're very different people, you know? And then, like I said, my grandfather was like a father figure to me my whole life, where I had stability with him.
Whose side? Mom's side or dad's side?
My mom's side. My dad's side, my grandfather was macheted to death in Florida.
What?
Yeah, man. So my uncle Michael, my dad's brother, stabbed to death in Chichester, PA. My grandfather, macheted to death on my dad's side in Florida. My Uncle Richie overdoses on fentanyl when it comes out by snorting it, not by injecting it. Uncle Richie's daughter just was on that interview. All of the other families still currently on drugs. One of our my dad's long-term family friends just passed a couple days ago, 3 days ago, named Paul Lozak. He just passed, overdose most likely, but not 100% sure. So I don't want to say that in stone. I know his dad's I don't want to embarrass the family. So actually, maybe I shouldn't even said that. But you know, I feel horrible for his family. And my grandmom and my aunt, they dealt with all of that, you know, losing all their kids. And my aunt grew up with some birth defects, and she didn't make it very long. She died a couple of in between our interviews, within a month or so of my grandmother passing away on my dad's side. So we had a double funeral, and almost everyone except maybe 2 people at the funeral were high, maybe 3.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah, it's sad, man. But that's what Philadelphia and the surrounding cities look like right now. And
That is like some serious generational trauma.
yeah, I mean, that's just, there's so much more to that, to the crime stuff too. So I want to get into that, and I don't want to cut you off at all. I just wanted to finish that real quick. Is just you know, like, I don't want to make my dad look bad. That's not why I'm on here, because I really don't. Like, I know that in a different world, in a different circumstance, he would not be the way that he is. And if he could beat addiction, and maybe one day he will, I know that he will be just as caring as I will be when I have my first kid. But as of right now, I know he loves me, and I can't change him as a person. I love it. So I guess I'll keep it at that with him, and I'll get back into the legal stuff when you're done. I'm on a tangent.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. I mean, one question. I mean, growing up with that, and still dealing with that side of the family and all the addiction, and I mean, I'm kind of curious, and you've owned recovery centers. Are you still involved in recovery at all?
No, I mean, I've never claimed to, like, well, at one point, I talked about how many years I was clean and all that. I don't do drugs, I don't drink, I don't smoke weed. So technically, yeah, I'm in recovery or clean if you define it in those words, but I don't practice it. So I wouldn't go to like an AA meeting or NA meeting and feel confident saying like, I am something I'm not.
That's not what I meant. I meant, are you still involved in helping people recover?
Indirectly, yes. So like if somebody wants help, if somebody like for example, if my cousin that was just recorded in a street interview said, "Hey, I want to go to rehab," I have the connections that could put her in place, insurance or not. I'll make sure she gets help. And I do that all the time if people need help. So in that regard, yes. I own a healthcare company. I don't want to go into all the details because it's a whole irrelevant story, but we audit charts for behavioral health and we do a great job at it. So it's still indirectly helping rehab stay afloat, do well, helping people that are in treatment stay in treatment without their insurance kicking them out to the street. So yeah, indirectly, yes, not directly anymore.
Well, where I'm going with this is, I mean, the fentanyl epidemic is massive. It's huge.
Huge.
I mean,
China.
Hundreds of thousands of people are dying from it. Having been through it, having been through recovery, and we talked a lot about this. I mean, you lost your best friend growing up. I lost my best friend. We shared that story. There's this flag up there, I mean.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, where I'm going with this is everybody knows somebody that's addicted to heroin, fentanyl, opiates, one narcotic or another. And the addiction problem just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. And so, with somebody who has as much experience as you have, I mean, what is your advice for somebody who has a loved one who is addicted to heroin, fentanyl, meth, anything?
My advice
that's going to ruin their life. Because and the reason I'm asking is I see, I almost did it. I mean, you will see people with a loved one who's suffering from an addiction like that, their life they will ruin their own life.
Oh yeah.
Trying to save somebody who doesn't want to be saved. And so that's kind of what I'm asking, how do you
totally understand what you're saying, and I wish there was the perfect answer for it, but you're going to hear the common, they need to want it, like they need to want to be clean, which is true. I believe that they have to want to go through it. They want to have a new life. They want to have a new future to stop using. I truly believe that, but on the other hand, they may not realize that they want it because they haven't been clean long enough to realize what the difference is, because their normal is high, or their normal is like what they believe is sober is high. So for them to want it would be pretty difficult. The only time they may want it is when they're sick, when they're withdrawing. So I think that, forcing them to, well, because certain states like Florida, we have a Baker Act. If you're a harm to yourself or others, you can be forced into a hospital. I think in certain cases, especially when you're doing this new stuff, it's not just fentanyl. There's xylazine, methamphetamine, all these tranquilizers that are not even opioids that Narcan can't bring you back from if you're overdosing. If you want to, if you you may need to the tranquilizers, even if you are smoking them, if you're snorting them, if you're swallowing them, they're creating holes in your skin, like that. I don't know if you've seen crocodile, like the stuff that people inject, like the cheap heroin. It's not real heroin.
That stuff is crazy. It like eats away at your skin and shit. Like it literally like eats away at your muscle tissue. There's literal zombies on the street in Philadelphia. I watched a documentary about it. It's disgusting.
these tranquilizers are putting holes in people's arms and legs, and they're walking around Kensington, Philadelphia, looking like zombies with like actual legs and arms
Yeah.
cut off.
What?
Yeah, you can look up videos. It's
I haven't even watched this interview yet. I'm watching it for the first time with you guys right now. I'm telling you, I watched a whole I think it was Channel 5 or one of those independent reporters that just goes out in the streets with a camera, starts interviewing people in the area and videotaping these things happening. You think about it, why isn't that on the news? Like, why isn't that like front and center every single day, that like drugs are literally being whipped up in other countries and brought to America to cause flesh-eating diseases in our own population? That's some fucking crazy chemical warfare type shit. I don't know.
crazy. So they're at a point where they're going to die.
That's also why when people are like, oh, Trump did this to some boat in the ocean, and I don't care. I literally don't care. Like, this stuff needs to stop happening. I lost my best friend like 15, 16 years ago now. Like, I'm all set. Get rid of them all.
From sepsis or from an abscess or from an infection or septic shock or whatever it ends up being. Force them into a hospital, force them to get over the physical withdrawal, get them into a program if you can somehow pull it off, and see what happens. But I can't make any promises. Addiction, well, the only reason that I stopped was because I had enough time away. I was forced. I had no choice. And I want to get into something real quick. So before I got clean, I was still actively using. I got sent to all these different schools. I went to Bucksmont Academy, which was a PetSmart that got converted into a school. And there was no walls. It was just a big warehouse that had rolling dividers for the classrooms that you could like reach your hand over and you'd be in the other classroom. That was my high school for 9th grade, I believe it was. And then, like I said, I dropped out going into 10th grade. But I did 9th grade at a place called Bucksmont, which was for bad kids. Or because I had what's called an IEP. I don't know if you ever heard of it, an individual education plan. It's for kids that have learning disabilities, whether it be you have trouble reading, you have trouble with math, or in my case, it was from trauma, or it was called an emotional support IEP. So they realized I wasn't getting along with kids in my school. There was a lot of fights, a lot of problems. So they decided to send me to Bucksmont, which was a Petco or PetSmart, or I think it was a Petco that was converted into a school. Lots of fighting in there. Lots of, you're not the greatest education. Some of the teachers meant very well, but not the greatest education you could get. And crazily enough, and I know people are going to comment about this and say that I was abused, and maybe it's categorized as that way. But the guidance counselor at Bucksmont was in college, and I was, like 14. How old would you be in 9th grade? Like 15 or 16?
9th grade?
Yeah.
I think you'd be, 14, 15.
Yeah, so she knew, she was my guidance counselor. She knew how old I was because she was my guidance counselor. And she had the nerve to come to my house one day. Her and I were texting, talking to each other at that time, inappropriately. And she had the nerve to show up at my house, meet my mother, and go up into my bedroom. And my mom didn't know who she was, so that's why there wasn't a fight about this. But the guidance counselor that worked at the college, I guess she was a college student as well as working at Bucksmont. Technically, I would just say, what she did was illegal. I don't recall being traumatized from it. If I was a girl saying the same thing, I don't think I would agree with anything I'm saying. If a guy was, I know that it doesn't sound right. It doesn't feel.
Hold on. What is she saying?
What do you mean?
What is she saying to you?
Who, the guidance counselor?
Yeah.
I mean, she came to my house in my room. So, the whole thing. So.
She wants to have sex with you.
Yeah. I mean, we talked inappropriately. Yeah. If you want to say.
Did it go into more than talking?
I mean, I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble.
Shawn's like, yo, so did you hit, bro? And Ryan's out here like, well, I'm not going to kiss and tell.
But there's another situation that was inappropriate as well with a psychiatrist, ironically.
What With you?
With me, yeah. But it was. I
Hold on. How old are you? You're in
9th grade.
You're in 9th grade.
Yeah.
and you have a guidance counselor wanting to have sex with you, and apparently you guys did some. Maybe you acted on it.
Yeah, there was maybe something happened, but either way, with bare minimum, like a little relationship we had for a short period of time.
How did she show up at your house?
He drove.
To do what? Were you there?
I was home, yeah. Yeah, like she came up into my bedroom, and I remember I have a vivid memory
So
of
she
it.
shows up to your house as a friend? And your mom thinks that maybe this is another ninth grader or somebody
Yeah,
around her age?
like without going into details of who she is, she looked younger. She was in
Holy
college.
shit, dude.
Yeah, so technically, legally, what she did was very wrong. I don't feel traumatized from it, nor do I agree with what she did. So don't get me wrong when I say that.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like it's just everybody has their own thing, right? What I do feel a little bit upset about, that I thought about later in life, that contributed to my addiction problems, is because my mom was so against me on being on medications, even before I did drugs. She told the school with that IEP, the individual education plan, she was so adamant that I would be on no medications. She didn't want me on meds. And I understand that. Like, meds usually are a bad move for a kid. And the school eventually says he either needs to be on meds or we're putting him somewhere else. So my mom sends me to this psychiatrist who is a doctor, and she at first gives me some antidepressants and, nothing too crazy. And I have a bad reaction to one called Prestique. It's also known as Effexor. It's a antidepressant SSRI. I had a bad reaction, made me feel really weird, maybe not feel good at all, like mentally. I stopped taking that med. In between then, if you remember the chat application Skype, she reached out to me on Skype and told me that her husband, she believes, is cheating on her, and he is gone. He goes to Philadelphia all the time and goes to clubs. And would I mind checking out his computer to see if they were if he was cheating on her? And I'm a little boy at this point, and I agreed to it because it was like, okay, she's asking me for something this is weird, but she's my psychiatrist, whatever. So I agree to do that. I go through the computer, and now I start to realize, like, I know more about this woman. Like, I got her logins for things. I got all kinds of things that I shouldn't have. And I'm addicted to drugs, and I can get this psychiatrist to give me whatever I want. So I kind of abused the situation because she went too far. She shouldn't have made anything personal about that relationship. And there's more to it than that, but I'm going to keep that personal relationship at where it is. But she ends up prescribing me to, what I'll tell you exactly what I was prescribed to as a little boy. 3 2 milligrams Xanax a day, so 6 milligrams Xanax. I was prescribed to 1 30 milligram Adderall, 10 milligrams of Ritalin, and 70 milligrams of Vyvanse every single day.
What's Vyvanse?
Vyvanse is the same it's called lisdextroamphetamine, and when you take it, the proteins in your liver convert it to dextroamphetamine. So it's just essentially another stimulant, and I was prescribed to 3 different stimulants at the same time with Xanax while I'm doing heroin. And the psychiatrist knows it. She knows I'm on probation. She knows that I'm a heroin addict. She knows that I have leverage on her because of what she asked me to do and some other inappropriate things that she did.
What are the other inappropriate things?
I don't want to talk about it on here.
Why not?
Because it's over,
All right.
I'll tell you off camera. It's nothing that I'm traumatized by.
Are they sexual?
It's nothing I'm traumatized by. And it's stuff that
Right. The reason I'm asking is, what you're doing right now is going after sexual predators.
Yeah.
And then you just told me you had an encounter with one, whether you're traumatized by it or not.
It's still wrong.
It's still wrong. She went into your home with your mom there, with your mother there, and posed as a fucking friend instead of a guidance counselor.
Yes.
This shit's happening all over the world.
Yeah, I know.
And then again,
I minimize it. I get it. I understand that I'm minimizing it for myself.
With a psychiatrist, and so what you say you're not traumatized by, I'm assuming it's another sexual encounter, but these are professionals, and I think it's important to highlight that because that's what we want to do here, right? This interview is to bring out how real this shit is, who's doing it, and the point that I'm making here is it's not somebody from the hood. It's not, or maybe it is. Maybe it is somebody from the hood. Maybe it's somebody from the trailer park. But it's also teachers, doctors, psychiatrists, guidance counselors,
Rabbis,
police officer,
as you just saw.
rabbis,
Yeah.
priests.
Yep.
I mean,
State troopers.
state troopers. I mean, it is everywhere. It's everywhere. You cannot profile. It's everywhere. It's the rich, it's the poor, it's every race.
Male,
it's
female.
Male, female. It is everywhere.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, because if somebody else was telling this story, I would be going after them. But for whatever reason, internally, I don't care for myself, which I don't know how to answer why, but there is no situation where I think that's okay for anyone else, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't make a ton of sense probably to you, because you're hearing from the guy.
I understand it, because you don't feel traumatized by it, which means you're dubbing it down.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't
Because
feel
the effects for you weren't, you don't think that they were traumatic.
Yeah, well, they didn't take away my trust in women. They didn't take away, I don't know. It's not the average situation for me, but that doesn't mean that I agree with it. Obviously I'm highly against it. It's what I focus half my life on. So I know it's backwards and almost hypocritical.
Well, let me ask you this.
I don't want to lie to you and say I'm traumatized when I don't feel traumatized.
Without going into detail, if you don't have to answer this, but I mean, did you enjoy it? Or
Yeah.
You did enjoy it?
Yes.
You didn't feel violated?
No.
You didn't feel
No. I remember clear as day at 32 years old wanting to.
How did those relationships end then?
Just, I guess, stop talking, me getting locked up. I mean, I was locked up so many times as a kid.
You ended it?
I'm sure it just ended, because I don't remember having to be like, we're over,
How old is this psychiatrist?
The psychiatrist was substantially older than the
40s, 50s?
40s at the time. So yeah, substantially older. But the guidance counselor was a college student, so not that much older than me, but still an adult.
I mean, and then on top of that, like, what kind of fucked up women are these? You got one that's a guidance counselor and another one that's a psychiatrist. And hear me out. You know what I mean? Not only are they targeting a 14-year-old, 15-year-old.
Yeah.
They're targeting a 14 or 15-year-old that is fucked up on opiates.
Yeah, and with mental health
stimulants
disorders at the
antidepressants.
And
it's like you were targeted because of the situation that you're in.
Well, that's from an outsider looking in. I don't feel that way, So I get what you're saying, and I would feel the same way that you're feeling. I just don't feel that way. So that's why it's hard for me to comprehend. And I don't call it trauma for myself, even though everyone I've talked to has reacted in the same way that you do. I just can't lie and say yeah, I'm a victim.
I'm not. That's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is I'm just I'm shining the light on it. I'm saying this is.
I know it's wrong.
Prevalent.
And the reason I'm bringing it up is
affluent circles.
I know it's wrong. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
And I didn't bring it up ever before publicly, ever, because I didn't want this. Yeah, I know it's an awkward thing, but it's over with. It caused whatever. If it caused, the only damage that it did cause me was being hooked on all that Xanax, and the amphetamines. It's more in your head. Like the physical addiction isn't really there with amphetamines. It's more of like you want it, and it's hard to function without them. The benzos, on the other hand, taking 6 milligrams of Xanax, it's really, really hard to stop. So for her to give me the max dose that I feel like you could have given a kid at that time, that was a very bad move. And then she even got it when I went to the detention center. She was making sure I was prescribed to it in the Lima Detention Center, it was in Delaware County where I grew up. She made sure that I was on all those meds in a jail cell. So I was consistently messed up. And then eventually I was in Lima Detention Center, and a guy named Dale, he was one of the guards there who I still talk to current day. Dale realizes I'm sleeping every day, all day long, and he's worried about me. He goes to the nurse's station. They pull me off the meds. But since I was one of, if not the only kid ever to be prescribed to these medications in the detention center, they don't know how to detox me properly. So they got me on Suboxones to get off of the opiates. They got me on the Xanax and all of the stimulants. They cut me off all the stimulants, and they just half the Xanax immediately, day one. And then no Suboxones. So I'm going through opioid withdrawal, and I'm going through benzo withdrawal all at the same time in a jail cell by myself on a cement bed with no TV, no extra food, nothing that's comfortable but some, the flame resistant blankets that are wool that make your skin itchy. It was one of the worst places you could detox ever. And I went through that many times in the detention center with heroin alone, but then mixing with the medications made it way worse. But every single time that I would get out, I would go right back onto the drugs, promising myself and my mom that I was done. So like I was saying earlier, addiction is really hard. It's just it takes grips that you can't even imagine. And if anyone's listening to this episode that has ever done drugs, like nobody woke up saying, I'm going to put a needle in my arm. Nobody woke up one day saying, I'm going to be an alcoholic. Nobody ever thought that was going to happen to them, but in certain cases it does. So just don't even take the chance. And for me, I never would have guessed, with all of the people that I had as examples, to not be like that I was going to be just as addicted as they were. So skipping a bunch of stuff, because I know I'm going on for a while now about the childhood stuff. I get sent to a facility called Devereaux, which this is another mind blower, man. So I'm in Devereaux, and Devereaux is a residential facility for kids that got in trouble, and it's a long-term residential. And I end up there for more drug charges, and I'm in class, because you still have to go to school when you're in these places. So this was actually before ninth grade. So I guess 8th grade around then, 8th, 9th grade, somewhere around that time. I can get the exact date when I read this thing to you. But I'm in the classroom, and I remember I'm drawing a picture of the Monopoly guy, with the little magnifying glass thing. So I have a piece of paper on top of the Monopoly board. I'm drawing him, and there are the chairs that you sit in, but then there's like a table that goes out in front, and then there's metal that's holding like the table up. I'm drawing the thing, and I hear this kid behind me talking about that he has a gun, and I'm hearing like little pieces of it, but I hear that he has a gun. And I know that he just got back from a home pass, which means like he got the agreement he can go home for, the weekend, and then he'd go back to the facility. Like some of these kids are there for years at a time, so getting a home pass is a big deal. This kid somehow got a gun, at least at this time I'm hearing the gun thing, and I don't know if I'm about to get the back of my head blown off, because I'm hearing about a gun behind me, and out of nowhere I hear like metal, but like this is plastic, but I hear metal on the table like that. And it was like almost like the kid pulled the gun out of the bag and it hit the table, is what it sounded like. Mm-hmm. So I turned around, I like quickly thinking like I'm about to die, I see this gun and obviously grab everything that I possibly could. He had a backpack that he had the gun in. I'm running down the hallway. I run into the front desk. There's a gun, and I'm screaming. And like, cause I'm in the school technically with a gun. The cops come. I'm being held obviously in a room by myself at this time, and the cops come. They arrest this kid. They send me home. That like within 24 hours they sent me home because they didn't want other kids to retaliate because they didn't know what really was going on. So let me read to you actually the letter from the assistant district attorney at that time. Hold on one second. Because there's more to the story that's unbelievable, and how unfairly things were how I was treated, and even I would count my mom in there too, because she tried so hard and they just kept
finding new adventures,
throwing the book at me for.
All right, before he reads this letter, I'm gonna go take another smoke break real quick. We're at about a smoke break every hour and 10 minutes right now. So we're about 2.5 hours. I'm almost halfway through, so maybe we'll try and stretch those a little bit, get one or two more smoke breaks in before this ends, but I'll be back in a little while. Oh, I'm muted. No, I'm not. Let's get back to it. I hope I wasn't muted that whole time I was fucking pausing this and trying to talk to you guys. That would be funny.
Self-harm, as you said. Oh, here it is. So February 25th, 2011. So actually I would have been, I think, 17 there. So it would have been a little bit later, right before I got in trouble for the last time. In the interest of Ryan Montgomery, dear Katie, who was my probation officer at the time as a juvenile, I'm writing to advise you in the court that the above juvenile, Ryan Matthew Montgomery, did assist the Commonwealth in the successful prosecution of 2 other juveniles for the possession of a loaded functional .45 caliber handgun in the Devereaux facility where Ryan has been placed. On Friday morning, February 4th, 2011, Ryan discovered that a juvenile was in possession of a firearm at the Devereaux facility, and he promptly notified the facility staff, who recovered the weapon. Prior to Ryan notifying the staff, other placed juveniles had been aware of the presence of the firearm in the facility but took no action to alert staff. Ryan's testimony, if it had been needed, would have been vital to the Commonwealth's case. Ryan's actions are also commendable in that he acted where others failed to do so and may have prevented a very serious incident at Devereaux. Ryan recognized the seriousness of the situation and disregarded any possible retaliation by others for alerting staff. It's a pleasure to write this letter for Ryan. Respectfully, Edward J. Gallon, Assistant District Attorney, Juvenile Unit. I'll show you the letter so you can see it's a nice letter, like on a nice letterhead. It was obviously very nice of him to write that for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm home because they're scared that someone's going to retaliate, and they send me back to court, because they got to figure out what to do with me, right? So I'm sitting at home for 3 or 4 days. I go back to court, and I go into Master Kern, was his name, was the guy. I give him that letter. My mom wrote a letter. He knows that I just stopped. The kid's plan was, by the way, to shoot up the whole classroom and steal the teacher's to steal the teacher's car and take a couple kids with him. That was his plan. I stopped that plan. There was only one way out of that classroom. So I genuinely believe that I would have died that day if I didn't act.
Holy shit.
And a lot of other kids would have been dead too. So I'm home for a couple days. Obviously, for him to go out of his way to write this letter for me, and all these people are commending me for which was, I think a good thing for me to do at a young age. Master Kern, where do you think he sent me? You think he sent me back home? No, he sends me back to the juvenile detention center, the worst place he could have sent me, back into a jail cell, back off of all my medications, to sit there for 3 months, which is the max you can sit there till they place you, till they send me to another rehab, which wasn't a residential, thankfully, but another rehab where you usually stay about 28 days as a juvenile. I was there 38 days. I get out of there, relapse the first night, end up getting put back on parole. And it was a disaster, man. And then eventually it ends up with a guy named Matt Pfeiffer.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Install any official LOL esports mod from GX Store to unlock bonus content and features. Browse the collection and choose a mod. Open GX Corner and scroll to the Riot section with a brand new co-streaming hub. Set your language and choose a stream. Only on the browser for gamers. Only on Opera GX.
Who, a good friend of mine, Jim, he's an old man. He went to Vietnam. He's been in and out of jail a long time, but off drugs a long time. He had the same parole officer as me. And he said he was going to kill Matt Pfeiffer. He ends up getting locked up for saying he's going to kill Matt Pfeiffer like a long time ago. He didn't really mean it. He said it at the VA to his doctor. And the guy was very hard on me. I remember one day, this is, the last thing I'll talk about legally, but he told me that I didn't have a real job. And I knew that the affiliate marketing, I was making more money than him. That's the truth. He told me I didn't have a real job and I needed to go to an office. So I found a place called Answering Service for Directors. So it was called, it was like for funeral directors. And I start working there. I got referred there by somebody else who was a previous heroin addict. That dude starts doing heroin in the bathroom at work. I get fired for not advancing fast enough on their computer systems. That was the reason they fired me. So, that part was funny. But, I wasn't doing drugs. I really wasn't at that time. And I remember being in the parking lot and him telling me that if I didn't have a job, that he was going to violate me, which I didn't realize he couldn't do at that time. Or I guess he could have figured something out, but whatever. I was on the phone with my mom, crying my eyes out, thinking like I am so screwed. And he was just so mean to me, man. He treated me so badly. And then when I failed a drug test for him, the last time I I'm at 17 years old, I failed a drug test for him. They put me in a really bad spot. This is what happened. I had a choice between doing house arrest for 6 months and going home that day while withdrawing. I had to make this choice, or doing 2 years in a George Jr., a juvenile boot camp. I chose to go home on house arrest and, go with adult parole. And I failed 2 drug tests in 2 weeks because obviously I was withdrawing as a kid in a juvenile detention center. This dude, Matt Piper, violates me, resentences me for the possession with intent to deliver of heroin, even though I wasn't selling heroin. I just had it in individual bags. That's how heroin comes. I could prove that too. Like literally, that's not just me saying that to make myself look good. I never was selling heroin. I just had it and I was with people that we just picked up heroin. He violates me on that and resentences me for a failed drug test. Not because I got caught selling heroin or had more heroin on me, because I peed in a cup. And the sentence on that looks at 2 to 4 years. So I'm sitting in the George W. Hill Correctional Facility. I'm sitting there 6+ months waiting on a Gagnon 2 hearing, which you're supposed to get in the first 2 weeks. That's part of parole or whatever. And he eventually sentenced me to 2 to 4 years. And I got out with good time. If you count the juvenile and the adult stuff together, it's 20 months. And I finally get out of there. I had a couple of years left of parole left to go. And the second that I got off is when I left for Florida. So like that was the end. My addiction, the reason why I stopped wasn't rehab. It wasn't because somebody said something to me that changed something. It wasn't because I looked at my family and was scared that I was going to die. It was because I spent enough time away from it and in the worst possible scenario you can imagine I just didn't ever want to get high again. It was over. The thought was out of my brain.
Wow.
And I just left Pennsylvania and never looked back. So that's the actual story that I've never talked about before. And
damn, Ryan.
There's more to it, but I just, I'm on a little bit of a rampage with what I'm saying. So
what more is there?
Just all the different times I've been in trouble for stupid stuff. But it was countless times as a kid. Never as an adult once, but as a kid, countless. I mean,
how have you maintained the relationship with your mom? I mean, you guys are really tight. We talk a lot about her.
Love my mom to death, and my mom was there for me throughout all of this. Like my mom got sick.
Never gave up on you.
She never gave up on me, even when she got diagnosed with her first round of cancer. Like she's like, I don't want to get too much into it; it's gonna upset me. But she's still sick and still going through stuff. But when she got breast cancer for the first time, she got chemo, radiation, and I was still using. I was still getting in trouble. Like I tried my best to leave her out of it. I really did. But like she's the only one really there for me at that time, and other than my grandparents, which I didn't live with them because I had a stepdad at the time, which, like I said, my grandpa was like a dad to me, but he wasn't there.
I just want to, your mom is going through cancer treatment, battling cancer, and her son, you, are still jamming needles in your arm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot for a woman to go through, man.
I know, and I feel horrible. I mean, if I could take that back, I would do anything to take that back. I can't change it. All I can do is be a better son, and I think I'm doing a great job of that. Like anything she needs now. If my mom wants to go to Bermuda and she wants to be floating around, in a hot tub in a hot dog outfit, I'll make it happen tomorrow for her. So I think that, maybe it doesn't make up for the things I've done to her, but anything she wants, anything she needs, anything that she's uncomfortable with, I will make sure that my mom is #1 priority because she made me her #1 priority when she didn't have it in her. My mom was a bartender for most of my life. Like she worked just so that she could get food on the table for me. And she didn't have that's late nights and sometimes working days just because she couldn't do it and like whatever, but she just did a lot for me and I owe her the world. And like where money really wasn't a thing for my family, she made up for it in every other way you possibly could. So I love my mom to death.
Damn, man. I'm just curious, when you did get clean, when you cleaned it up, did you know you were clean for good?
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask, but he's not going to.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Why do we browse like this? Hunting, clicking, searching. What if we could just say, hey, Copilot. And now that hoodie you saw, found. Your inbox, cleared. Dinner party for 7, 1 oven, easy. And that walking tour, planned. With no backtracking and the best burger.
Anything else I can help you with?
Yes. Can you go through these tabs?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I would never getting myself put back in a facility like that again, never putting myself in that situation, never hanging out with the same group of people again. I was so done. I just wanted parole to be over with because I couldn't leave the state. So the second that I was able to leave the state, I was out. And that was it. That was the end of it.
How did your mom take it?
My mom was all of them, my grandpa, my mom.
When you were clean for the final time, I mean, how long do you think it took your mom to realize he's good?
She still texts me, hey, Rye, are you okay? Every single day. She shares my health app with me, current day. She sees my heart rate, my resting heart rate, my steps, my respiratory rate, my wrist temperature, you name it. My mom's got it. So I don't think that fear will ever leave her, sadly, but she checks it. The second she wakes up, she makes sure that I got up with the health app on the phone. And if I don't answer her text, then she'll call me. If I don't answer, and this has only happened one time, but if I don't answer her calls, she'll start calling my friends. Because she knows I live alone, and she lives in Pennsylvania. I live at the bottom of the country. Like, what if I'm in my house dead? Like, I know it's an extreme, but she doesn't know. So she'll call my friends to make sure I'm all right. And I call her, I can't call her in the middle of the day, but I text her back. And then at nighttime before I go to bed every night, I call her and say goodnight. And I've done that every night since I've left for the last 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah. And I've been clean, if you count the years, over 14 years. So long time.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks. Well, yeah, I got clean at 17 and I'm 32 now. So it's whatever that exact time frame would be. February. Yeah, I got arrested again after that. So if you count whatever that date is in 2011 to now.
I thought we were going to get arrested last time I was in Florida riding around in that Lamborghini of yours.
Oh my gosh, dude, you were gunning it. You were gunning it. We put that thing in sport mode and he was just gunning it back to back
Right past the police.
Yeah, right past the police.
Right past the police.
And Shawn was not like, it wasn't like he just gunned it once. We were on Ocean Ave right by the water in a orange Lamborghini Aventador, and he just gunned it, stopped, gunned it, stopped, gunned it. Like it was like a kid on a roller coaster. He loved it. So I had a ton of fun.
It was a good time.
Okay, so before we go on the break, I just want to share something with you. So after all of that stuff, me getting in trouble a million times as a kid, my family having a bad reputation with the last name in the area, Montgomery, just having a bad name in Delaware County, me getting in trouble, like I said, all drug-related and petty crimes, but bad reputation with the cops, with everybody. I end up hanging out with this kid, Vinny, who brings me to a place called Lenai Fire Station, which was a very small firehouse down the street from a big mall that I used to hang out at. And there was a guy named Ken Collins who was the chief of Lenai at that time, and he was also a police officer. He didn't know me, never heard of me, never knew anything about me. I go over to Lenai with my friend Vinny, and I sit down in the office with Ken Collins, and he's willing to give me a chance to be a firefighter at Lenai Firehouse while I'm on parole, while I have this record as a kid, while he doesn't know if I'm going to rob the firehouse for all the stuff to support my addiction. Like, he doesn't know anything about me. He just is willing to take a chance on me and no one else at this firehouse has any issues like I do. This guy just must have saw something in me that I didn't and nobody else must have at the time. And I proved him right. So I became a firefighter at Lenai, but I didn't have what's called Fire 1 or hazmat, so I couldn't go into any of the burning buildings. I could just go on calls, and I could stand and watch and help with the tools, but that's as much as I could do. Then Lenai merges with this other firehouse called Lima Lima Firehouse, which was down the street from the detention center, across the street from the mall. And it turned into, Lenai merged with Lima and became Rocky Run Firehouse. At that time, Ken got, he got the county, the same county that putting my family through hell, they paid for me to go to fire school. They paid for me to go through fire school. I didn't let them down. I showed up every single day, showed up on time. I passed the first time around. I went through the physical exam. I went through the written exam. I ended up my fire one and my hazmat. I became an actual firefighter for 2 years. And this man, like, he didn't have to do any of that for me. I called him later in life and was like, listen, man, like, I am so grateful for you, man. Like, you showed me that there are good people out there, you know, like people that care. And yeah, that's it. That's it. We can go on the break.
That's pretty cool, man. But I do have another question.
Yeah.
When you were getting clean, what was the thing? I mean, it sounds like you had been in rehabs for a very long time. I mean,
so many,
from
yeah.
11 to 17, right?
So many, yeah, in
So
such a short period of time.
What was I mean, a lot of people are struggling with addiction right now.
Yes.
Millions of people.
Yep.
What was it for you that was I've got to clean it up? This was the last straw. This is rock bottom. What was it?
Just being stuck in a cell for all that time, you know, for if you count the juvenile time plus the adult time, 20 months being locked away and not being around these addicts, like around any people, places, and things is what they call it. Not being around any of those places, people, or things, I think my brain naturally healed itself and realized, like, maybe you aren't a drug addict for life. Maybe you just are physically dependent on so many things that you feel like you are. And that was the truth, because I don't care about drugs anymore. I could watch someone shoot up in front of me and I'm not going to think about using heroin, not because I feel like it's more dangerous than it used to be. I have no desire. It's gone. So I guess I just needed the time away. And as much as Matt Pfeiffer, that parole officer that, you know, I don't know, because he hasn't answered my calls. I tried to connect with him as well. He won't answer me even though I left him messages. I would love to know if his intentions were good or bad, or he just didn't care. I'd love to know, but he's never actually answered me. Like, he inadvertently saved my life, whether he did it on purpose or not. I don't think I'd be here talking to you right now if I didn't get locked up for that last time. So, yeah, that's what got me clean. It isn't like an epiphany moment that happened that changed the way that I felt about drugs. It just was the time away from it.
Do you think there are people that are under the spell of addiction right now that don't see a way out?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
What would your advice be for them?
They need to hospitalize themselves, and they need to be medicated and especially the tranquilizer addicts right now and the alcoholics, and, you know, they will knock you out. So you don't seize, you know, you don't go into seizures and all of the above. Just, you know, get yourself into a hospital or a detox ASAP, and you're going to go through a very comfortable detox, and then see how you feel after your body's cleaned up, and then decide whether you want to go to rehab afterwards. But, you know, nothing's going to change if you don't change anything. And if you don't want to change, you may not realize you want to change because you don't remember what it's like to feel good anymore. You just don't remember. So like I said earlier, just try it. What's the worst thing? You take 5 to 7 days goes by and you say, screw it, I want to go back to this lifestyle. It can't hurt. Just try. Just try. There's people that care about you. Like, you might be somebody's brother or mother, brother, sister, family. I mean, you could be, like, people care about you. I don't care who you are. Somebody out there cares about you, and they don't want to see you destroy your life. And the least you can do for them is try to clean yourself up. And I know that I'm hypocritical because I could have done the same thing as a kid, and I really believed that I was doing that. Every time I did get help, I believed I was going to stop, and I couldn't. But, you know, hindsight's 20/20, and just get help is really the best I could say. Even if you don't feel like you want it, just try it.
This dude really has a tattoo of the Wi-Fi signal from the top bar on your phone on his arm. That's crazy.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Of course.
You went down, you did 7OH, right?
Yeah.
Talk about this last night?
Yeah, so not 7-OH directly. It's an alkaloid in the kratom or kratom plant. So it's 7-hydroxymetrogenine, or it's pronounced in many ways, but that's the way I pronounce it. And it's with opioids, I was able to take. It was like way back before it was like gas station heroin, because there's different types. There's the type that is not banned because it's not like it hasn't really killed anyone by itself. There's been deaths with it in their system with other drugs, but I don't recall any deaths that were strictly related to kratom or kratom itself. I took it to help withdrawal from opiates when I wasn't in facilities, and it was very, very helpful for me as well. I mean, it was, because it gets rid of withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, I just did an episode on this with a investigative journalist out of Maine, and Steve Robinson.
Okay, I'll check it out.
And he was talking about how bad it is, how many people are getting addicted to this and don't realize how addictive it is because it's over the counter. And so I was just curious what your experience was with that.
Yeah. It's I've never done 7-OH. I've never done any like the extracts you would get at a gas station, but I've drink it, I've made kratom tea. And I've tried that, I've tried like the natural ways of it, and it's been very helpful for me when I was in that state.
Gotcha.
So, I'm not saying it's a good idea because even though it is natural, I don't think you can overdose on it. It's not it is physically addictive. It is, that's true, but it's like a very minor physical withdrawal to my knowledge. I wouldn't recommend it for an opioid addict because it's gonna not satisfy your needs. Like you're gonna expect it to do more, and it's not gonna do what you're expecting. And it's
Want a new career but don't have experience?
Prior to the Google UX design certificate, I didn't have any experience in UX design at all.
I didn't know what SQL was, or Python, or R, or Tableau.
The thing I really liked about this certificate was that it really guided you step by step.
And I got all those tools that I needed to get a job pretty quickly.
It gave me the skills to get a job I love.
How do you say no to that?
Train online for in-demand jobs in one of 6 fields with Google Career Certificates. Enroll today. The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI Vision inside. Even smarter with smart things. Shop Black Friday deals now.
You're going to end up just relapsing, so I wouldn't recommend it.
Gotcha.
That's the truth.
And then last question before we go on a break. Your mom sounds like she's the only person in your life that just never gave up on you.
My mom and my grandparents. They like my grandparents, my grandpa, like my grandpa fathered me. My grandmom was like a second mother to me. And then there was a period of time where I had a stepdad and my mom had a house with him where I seen them, but I didn't see them every day like I did for 2 different portions of my childhood. So I would say my mom, my grandma, my grandpa were the keystones, if you combine them together, the keystone of the only safety net I had to fall into. And current day, like they are my mental safety net. And I love them to death, all of them. And my grandfather passed, and I told you that story already, but I got the blessing of having somebody as a great father figure, as I talked about, but my dad, missing some aspects of being a father. He showed me that he loved me, but then my grandfather taught me a ton of valuable lessons in life and was there for me for all the other things. So I was blessed in many ways.
Did your mom watch the first episode we did together?
My mom is like my #1 supporter. My mom has probably watched that episode multiple times. She's read all the comments. My mom, she I don't do any of that. I don't read comments. I don't do any of that with any of these things that I do. Not only can I read my own social media comments, but my mom, she's on it. Like, I could ask my mom, what happened in the 45th minute of the first Shawn Ryan show? And she'd be like, well, you were leaning to your right side, and Shawn was asking you about, she'll know.
So let me ask you this. What's one thing you've always wanted to tell your mom that you haven't told her? And she'll be watching this. Well,
I know she'll be watching it. I guess I don't have a fancy one, but the first thing that comes to mind is like I've said to her a million times, and I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, but I know that she's proud of me now, and I hope that she is proud of herself because she did all of that on her own. Like as a single mother, yeah, I had my grandparents and they were very helpful, but my mom got pregnant just turning 18 years old, you know, and to have the terror that I was, you know, it was not easy for her, and I know that my story is far from over as well, but it is night and day from what it was before, and without her, I'm nothing. So, love my mom. I love you, Mom, very much.
I'm sure she is very proud of you, man.
Yep,
Very
she is.
proud.
She is. This show is getting me all emotional. We gotta take a break. We gotta take a break. I don't know how you do this to me, Shawn.
Let's go blow some shit up.
Yeah, that'll help.
Hey folks, our friends at Tractor Supply have always stood for community, for neighbors helping neighbors, and for the people who keep life out here moving forward. And at the heart of every community are the heroes who serve, the veterans, active duty military, first responders, and the families who stand beside them. These are the folks who answer the call, who protect, who sacrifice. And Tractor Supply believes that that deserves more than just a thank you. That's why they created the Hometown Heroes program. It's their way of giving back in meaningful, everyday ways. As a hometown hero, you'll enjoy special perks through Neighbors Club, like earning rewards on every purchase, free trailer rentals and delivery, and exclusive savings on holidays that honor your service. And the best part? Once you sign up and verify through ID.me, it's automatic. No hoops, no hassles. So if you or someone you love is a hometown hero, visit tractorsupply.com/hometownheroes to learn more. It's Tractor Supply's way of standing behind those who always stand for us. True Classics started with a simple mission: to bring premium, comfortable clothing to the masses. Because looking and feeling great shouldn't come with a designer price tag. With over 25 million shirts sold to 5 million customers, True Classic has become a staple in closets everywhere. But this brand isn't just about fit, it's about confidence and helping people look sharp without the effort. That's what... Brian.
When buying a new toy for the kids, you want to pay right away. But buying a new toy for you...
Had with no... I can't... A lot of me
Now you...
to it. I never... I feel it. But Shawn...
Yeah, we should shoot it.
Yeah, you got hit in the head.
All right, Ryan, back from the break. Dude, your shooting has improved tremendously. Nice shooting out there.
Thank you. Your shooting was great too, and I don't know if we should address the elephant in the room.
Yeah, I mean, we got some new
we both
battle
have.
scars out there on the static range.
So for the people that can't, or this is going to be for Patreon, right?
I think we'll probably release this one to the masses. But yeah, we do this with almost every guest. But I've only dug out the golden 50 caliber Desert Eagle special for you, Ryan.
Thank you. And we both get hit
now
in
we
the head
have
with it.
yeah. So apparently the brass kicked straight up and smashed us both in the forehead.
Yeah, I got a lump. I feel the lump, but Shawn got burnt and he got hit with it,
Yep.
so he's got a combo deal. Mine, I feel it, but I don't know if you can see it on the camera. But
Oh yeah, I can see it clear as day, buddy.
that thing, you know, it's got some kick to it. I've never shot a 50 caliber handgun, so that's a little wild to me.
Now you have.
Now I have. Thank you.
And a 44 and a 357.
A lot of things.
Fucking A, man.
A lot of things. But you were impressive out there. I can't believe you hit all of them targets with no buttstock, with no sight. And you beat me by a couple points, but like I had sights and a buttstock, you know.
It's not that impressive, Ryan. It would be really impressive. It would be unimpressive if it was. I spent a long time, a large portion of my life shooting guns and doing tactics and shit. It would be like, you know, it would be like if I beat you in a hacking competition. It's not gonna happen. But you fucking crushed it out there. But hey, let's get into Let's get into some more stuff about what happened after our initial interview, and talk a little bit more about Pen Tester and everything you guys are doing, wiping people's data from the internet.
Okay.
And all that kind of stuff, and then we'll move into what you've been doing with the Sentinel Foundation and the 764 stuff and roadblocks.
Roblox, yeah.
Is it RO, R-O, or R-O-A-D?
It's Roblox, R-O.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people think it's roadblocks, but it is Roblox, and it's not just Roblox, but I'm going to focus on that for now, and I'll blanket it because it's all of these games, all of these platforms. So starting, I wanted to, if you remember last time, we talked about Pen Tester, and the reason why Pen Tester came up for me at that time, like I can tell you, man to man, like there wasn't a conversation with the business partners before I came, like this is how you're going to say things on the show so that we can get, like, it wasn't that. It was, and honestly, Pen Tester was only built for businesses back when I came on your show. So when, at that time, it was $49 a month, no matter who you signed up. And you had to either put a website or an email in. It would do a scan. It would tell you if there's any like low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities on your site, or like some data that was breached about you. And I showed you the reverse facial recognition technology at that time. I showed you, we looked up Vigilance Elite's website. We found some identifiable information from it. And back then, our database was like 130 billion records, which was still the biggest at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's been 3 years, and we're like 240 billion plus records, so we've gotten way larger. When it comes to the data that we have access to, our reverse facial recognition has tripled in size. So, I mean, I could show another example with somebody else here, because obviously there's so many photos of you online. It's not that impressive to, to show it. But like we could grab anybody you want here, and we'll find them. And I just want to show that, and I want to show the new feature that we learned with Pen Tester over time, because we had a ton of people sign up, and then we had this one specific breach that happened, which, are you familiar with National Public Data, what happened there?
No.
Okay, so this is very important, and a lot of people are not familiar with it, which is a problem. So the National Public Data breach happened a little over a year ago, and what happened was, there is about 300 million Americans in this country. That database had 2.8 billion records in it that included full names, date of birth, phone numbers, every address you've ever lived at, and your entire social security number. So it was leaked onto the internet for anyone to download this. And we created a tool. We were actually in Vegas, and we were talking about it, and we're in Vegas, and we're like, we want to build a tool so people can search to see if they've been impacted by this data breach, which I'll show you in a second, a demo of it. You put in your name, your last name, your year of birth, and what state you currently live in, or state you've lived in the past. And then you press search, and it would show you the data. And if you were in it, we'd recommend how, what to do about that. Which we weren't trying to sell you on Pen Tester. We were just trying to get you to either freeze your credit, and try to protect your identity at the best of your ability, or freeze your credit and sign up for Pen Tester to know about other data that might be breached. So it was kind of a dual purpose thing, but the main priority was freeze your credit. And I'll explain what that means in a second. So the National Public Data breach happened because they released a file that had credentials in it, and those credentials were easy. There was I think it was pass123 was their password, and the database had all of this all of this very private information in it. So like 2.8 billion records is, with 300 million Americans, that means people that have passed away. That means multiple addresses for wait do you see how many addresses it has for you? And once that data is out there, it's out there. It's like you can remove data from data brokers, like White Pages, for example, or all of those background check websites. You can remove that because you have a legal right to request removal of that. But when it comes to dark web data or, breached data, all you can do is be aware of it and take action based on your knowledge of it. So we released that tool, and we weren't expecting it to be as crazy as it was. So going on your show, we had a ton of people signing up for business plans. Like as individuals because they wanted access to the tools I was showing on the show, and they were willing to pay that $49 a month just to do reverse facial recognition to search themselves in our databases, and we didn't even have any removal services at that time. So we learned from your show that we had a need for a personal use, like for consumers. So we made a $19 plan, which I said before, like if I had this option, $49 a month, like most people spend $20 on lunch every day. So I was saying that with $49, I say that even more so with $19 a month. Not only are you getting all of the breach data out there associated with you, your phone number, your addresses, your email, literally all your identifiers, and then you can add your family members. So you could add your wife, you can add your parents, you can add your grandparents, and then even another thing that people don't know is you can add your children. They may not be in the data brokers yet, but their accounts will show up. So we have this tool where we can discover if you have accounts created places. And let's say you have a kid and you told them they're not allowed to have a Snapchat account. You put their email and phone number in there. Now we can confirm if they have a Snapchat associated with that email or phone. And there's no one else that has that integration with a data broker removal tool. So that's a really cool feature.
No kidding. So parents can use Pen Tester to see if their kids are messing around on social media behind their backs.
Yeah, that is one use case. The other use case is at $419, you're still getting all of what you got before with all the breach data to see your passwords, your social, your credit cards, all of that stuff that's happened and stuff you can take action on. But we're also removing data from data brokers on your behalf. So like, you know, it's not an instant, immediately as you sign up, you'll see some exposed records, but over time you'll see there's pending removals and then removals that have happened. I'll show it all to you. But I highly recommend anybody signs up for it because you know, there's a ton of data removal companies out there that do this exact thing, but what they don't do is show breached data, and they don't do facial recognition, they don't do account discovery. So that's something the Pen Tester does very well, and the reason why we do it so well is because it's built on the methodology that I used along with some of my business partners have used to identify predators and traffickers. So using it in the opposite sense to see what digital footprint you have out there, it's the same methodology I would use to identify these people based on, you know, minimal identifiers. And I'll show you a demo of it so you understand what I mean. But what we actually learned last minute was, like, because you got to remember the NPD breach coming out. We had all of that built. People were searching through it, and we had people signing up, various ages, like 40, 50, 60, 70-year-old people are signing up for Pen Tester that don't know how to use computers. And, you know, we realized through support, we could read the support tickets coming in, and we have a support team that handles that. We're seeing like a lot of people don't know how to use a website at all. So like, yeah, they need the service, but they don't know how to navigate. No matter how easy we make it, there's no getting them to use it, you know? And we can do a lot of stuff on their behalf, but they got to sign in and put in their information for us to automate it. So we decided to make Pen Tester SMS, which is essentially just Pen Tester through text messaging.
No kidding.
So you text a phone number, and that phone number you can talk to like a human. So you could text and say, hey, and it will take your phone number, try to identify who you are, find your emails, find your leaked information, tell you what's out there, say, hey, do you want to start removals on this information? And, you know, this is our recommendations with changing your passwords or deleting accounts here or all of the recommendations you would get. And then that is only $9 a month because they don't have access to all of the extra tools. If they want them, they could upgrade their account, but I'll show you the example for your phone number, and it's got everything on you. I mean, it's literally got everything. So let's say you want your wife or your family, you know, like a parent that you know isn't going to sign in. They're not going to look at the dashboard. They're not going to use any tools. Tell them to text the phone number and sign them up for it, and then they'll get notifications via text like, hey, a password was breached. Your password was summer 2025 ! Make sure you're not using this anywhere. And you just get a text every once in a while from Pen Tester SMS that says, hey, you need to do this.
Okay.
And then, you know, like let's say I'll give you an example. Bi-weekly, you get a text that says, you've been removed from 47 data brokers. If you want to see the full list, click here. but at least you know something's happening at all times. You don't have to sign in. You don't got to do anything. Just text the number. So for you, this is what I'll do is I'll screen record this and then I'll hand it to you.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're gonna like this one.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. All right. So here's an example right here.
Oh boy.
Of this is the phone number that you would text at the top, and this is the conversation that you would have. Like, you're welcome to text it now, but I figure there'd be a bunch of delays and you having to respond. But this is how it would start the conversation and then how it would end.
Okay. I'm gonna show this.
Okay.
Cool. We'll overlay this on the screen.
Awesome. And that's just from your phone number. So let's say we gave it more and you were like, hey, check this email, check this one, check my wife's. You know, you can get deeper into that conversation with the chat, you know, with we call it Pentest SMS, but let's just say it's a chat bot. That you can talk to it just like you're talking to me, and it will respond to you like a human. It has access to our tools. So you could say, like, you know, what about my wife's email, or what about my wife's phone number? And then it'll start answering questions about that as well. So it's like having a 24/7 breach/data privacy support agent in your pocket at all times for $9. But I'm sure you're seeing your full social security numbers there. And your previous addresses, I'm sure, are there. An email that isn't public is there.
So how do you get your info off?
So we automatically remove data for you. So like all of the data brokers that have that data, where anyone could just go on Google and start searching, that gets automatically scrubbed. That we're going to deal with that for you. So like you already have a pen tester account, so we've removed a ton of it for you already. When it comes to breached data, like data it's already out there, that's on somebody's hard drive somewhere, like literally, you can't remove that. You can't. So you can just, you know, in the event that it's like your social security number or something like that, you know, you have to just freeze your credit. Like I was saying to you before, freezing your credit, if you don't know what it is, it just means go to, you know, Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian individually. They legally have to allow you to create an account for free and press the freeze button. And then all that does is stop people from being able to query your credit. Mm-hmm. So if somebody goes and says, hey, my name's Shawn Ryan, and I want to buy this car, or I want to open a credit card, it stops them from being able to query your credit or pull your credit report because it's frozen. Doesn't stop your credit from going up or down, doesn't stop you doesn't hurt you in any way. I believe the whole country should be frozen. And I think that you should have to unfreeze it when, you know, because all you do is you sign into all three, you press unfreeze, you run your credit, and then when you're done running it, you freeze it again. Mm-hmm. And that's the fix for your social being out there. There is nothing else you can do unless you go, you know, through the whole process of changing your social security number, which you can do, but it's a process. But yeah, that's one thing. The passwords, you know, use a password manager, change your passwords, and then your addresses, unless you move your house, you know, they're out there. Yeah. But the data brokers are something that we can control, and certain websites that have your photos on it, if you didn't want them there, we can request removal of that information. So that's one thing I wanted to show you. The AT&T breach is another one that happened in our interview and now. And there were 70-something million people affected by that, but it also included, hold on one second. Like, here is me. I didn't even take myself out of it. But all of my information in the AT&T breach, they got my full social, my current address, my emails, everything. So all people need to do is go to npd.pentester.com or att.pentester.com. They're individual scans to see if you were affected by these breaches. If you were, I would highly recommend freezing your credit. Make sure when you're doing a search every state you've ever lived in. Don't just search in Florida. Like, if you've lived in Florida, make sure you search in like everywhere you've ever lived, even if it was for a week, because it could be in that database. And then search your loved ones as well. And then with the AT&T one, att.pentester, search your phone number and make sure that you're not affected.
I don't understand how these companies that are getting breached are not held accountable for any of this stuff. But this could ruin your entire life.
Absolutely.
Because they're not securing their data properly, correct?
Yep, but they get
they
class
have,
action
they have
lawsuits.
no liability?
They do. They do. They have class action lawsuits, but then they end up having to pay out whatever millions of dollars to these, individuals who do file the lawsuits. And then they have to they offer free credit protection as like that's basically all you're getting from them. And that just means like tell you your credit score and tell you if somebody's when it's too late. So it's not really
Who offers the free credit protection?
the companies that get breached. So they'll pay for all of the people that are part of the class action lawsuit or were affected by these breaches. They'll offer they'll offer your credit report for free for whatever amount of years. They don't do a ton for you.
So there is no liability.
Well, they have to pay a certain amount of money, but that's it.
To who?
So I guess with a class action, they got to pay everybody involved, like whatever it ends up being, $20 each or $15 each. So
what the fuck, man?
But yeah, I mean, this is my own personal information, so I don't mind showing it. My account has 856 exposed records, 472 are in progress, and 384 successful removals from different data brokers all over the world. All my IP addresses, all my accounts that I have connected to things. And
whoa, it has all this stuff?
Oh yeah.
Man, this has like everything you've ever signed up for, huh?
Yep, and all my passwords from, things that haven't changed, has all my IP addresses, credit card numbers, addresses, social security number. It has my whole life, but thankfully everything that I could possibly remove has been automatically removed by Pen Tester. And that's for the $19 a month plan. So you really can't go wrong with that. And then, like I said, Pen Tester SMS, you just text 337-337-4100, and that's only $9. So you get the same thing with the removals for $9. You just don't get the reverse facial recognition, and you don't get the ability to search like in the database without adding them as a family member to the account, or an identity is what we call it. So yeah, let me I'll stop the recording on that. Is there anything else here that I'm forgetting? No, that's so like if there's, so we could do the reverse thing, but I think we already have a clip showing reverse facial recognition. So if somebody out there doesn't know what that means, it means that I could take a picture of Shawn or you. I mean, facial recognition means I could take a picture of you, and it may be a picture that's never touched the internet before, and it's going to measure 120 points of your face, and it's going to look for your photo anywhere that's ever been posted on the internet. So that could be in the background at somebody's wedding, sitting at a table, and only half of your face is visible, or it could be on a tweet that somebody created before this show, before you even had the podcast, and it's something about your personal life that you don't want out there. Like, it could be a million things, and now that our database has tripled in size, we have way more data than we did even back then, which was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I highly recommend people check that out, but minimum, just text the phone number once they see it and see what kind of response you get. And if you don't like it, you don't like it, but I think privacy is kind of important nowadays.
I mean, yeah, me too. That's why we're creating this whole app.
Yes.
But I mean, so I'm curious, with the face, I mean, can you get photos pulled?
Yeah.
Or is
So
it just like awareness, like, hey, this is what's out there.
So it's a combination of both. So if you really want a photo taken down, you can reach out to our support team and say, hey, I really don't want this up here, and we will reach out to them on your behalf and ask for removal. We can't guarantee that it happens, but we have a better shot at it than I think an individual trying on their own, because we'll find them. Even if there's no way to contact them, we'll find a way to contact them in almost all cases.
And then if something like your social's been compromised online, then the only two options are freeze your credit or get a new social.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, which I wish there was something else I could say, but that's the truth of it. And going back to the NPD data breach, when that happened, we had all these media sources that were running stories. I was on call after call with news reporters, recording videos for all of these local news stations. Like, you name the news source, it ran it, like all of them, literally. And there hasn't been a person that I think I've ran into in real life that knows about it. So it's like, we had 11 million people hit our website in 7 days. But people just don't know. And this is such a huge violation of privacy that no one has any clue about that I talk to. And yeah, we're the only website you can go and search it on right now and see how breached you actually were. Like, there's another site out there that will tell you like you're in it potentially, but it doesn't tell you the details. And what if your name's John Smith? Or if there's somebody else named Ryan Montgomery? I can't tell if it's me, Ryan Montgomery, or the 500 that live in Florida with the same name. At least we show you the addresses, we show you the social, or at least a piece of the social. In your case, I showed you the whole thing, but we don't show the full thing on the regular search so people don't abuse it to get people's socials. But, you know, it's wild to me. It is absolutely wild.
Damn.
Yep. Crazy, crazy stuff. But we had Congress people and politicians and everything on the news demonstrating how to use npd.pentester.com. It was like, we were blown away by it.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, we were blown away by that. And it worked. It did really well for the company. Obviously, not discounting how much you have done for the company as well, bringing me onto the show, letting me talk about it. Got a lot of people. It helped a lot of people with their digital footprints too. Like, not only did it help the business, but we helped people clean up something they didn't even know they had a problem with until they signed up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate that, man. And the NPD breach was the biggest thing after that. And now it's Pentester SMS, which makes it so easy. Anybody can
Wildly
text.
successful.
Anybody can text.
That's awesome, man.
You know.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
What is I mean, can you go into VPNs and why they're important and all this stuff?
Yeah, so VPNs, it's a virtual private network. So it's essentially you're connecting to a network from let's say you're at your house, you're using your home connection connect to another computer somewhere else. And then that computer somewhere else is sending all of the traffic to the internet on your behalf. And then wherever, like let's say Google is here and you're here and the VPN is here. It's sending the traffic from here to here.
We're challenging the standard of what comes standard with the next generation GMC terrain elevation.
Saying, I want Google. This is saying to Google, hey, give me your page. Google's sending it back to the VPN here, and the VPN sending it back to you. So Google never sees anything but the VPN.
Gotcha.
And then your internet service provider, like the person that is, that can track what you're doing, can't see what you're doing because it's being routed through a different IP address encrypted. And like they can see that you're using a VPN, but they can't see what you're doing on it. And the VPN companies, most of them don't store logs. So if they were subpoenaed and said, hey, I want everything that Shawn Ryan did on this date to this date, almost all of them, minus the few that have lied and they do store logs, or they're fed honeypots where they're storing logs on purpose, they really don't have anything to give. Like if there's a subpoena, there's nothing to give.
Do you have the names of any of the companies that do hold?
I know somebody. I mean, let me double check before I say this. I don't want to tarnish someone's reputation to be wrong. So, yeah, IP Vanish was one of the major ones. They were caught storing logs in 2016 and provided them to the FBI after a court order, despite its zero log policy at the time. And they were a big one. And then on the other hand, there's one called IVPN that IVPN was subpoenaed, and it's on record. All they had was an account number. They didn't have anything else, so they proved they didn't store logs, which is nice because it's hard to prove it. Like you could say whatever you want, but until you faced with a subpoena and sitting in a courtroom, there's no way to know if they're telling the truth or not. So that's IVPN is a good one, and then Molavad is one that I really like a lot. They claim they don't store logs. I believe that they don't. The reason why is you can send them cash in an envelope and just put your account number on the envelope, and they'll actually activate your account and even if they did store logs, they don't know where that cache came from. They just activated an account number. So there's nothing they could do even if they did, which makes me think they don't even store logs. So I like that a lot about them.
I mean, we're seeing China buy a lot of VPN companies. I mean, Israel just hit the news buying VPN companies. Do you think when foreign governments, or maybe not even governments, but I mean, look, China's communist, right? So it doesn't matter if it's a company or the government; they just get access to whatever the hell they want.
Absolutely.
I mean, is that what they're doing? Are they mining our data from us by by providing us with bullshit VPNs to use?
I mean, I think it's a very educated guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you with absolute fact because I haven't seen it with my eyes yet, but it makes sense for them to buy these companies if they're trying to spy on us because the people that are using VPNs is either they are worried about their privacy overall, or they're doing something that they just, nefarious, or they're doing something that is very sensitive that they don't want people to see. And these countries want that data. So it would make sense for them to buy it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I agree with you there for sure.
Man. Well, let's move into Sentinel. So
let me explain how that even happened. Because remember, when I originally came into the original studio with you, I had what was considered at the time to be a vigilante group called 561 PC. And I was doing that with my friend Dustin Lampros. And we were just individually catching one predator at a time. And we were doing we're doing it as well as we possibly could at that time. And that's how I ended up on that podcast and ended up here. So all this stuff's going on. I come onto your show, and I guess a ton of federal agencies watch this podcast, and my phone is blowing up. You name it. It's DEA, which is drugs. I got CIA. I got this even the Secret Service, FBI of multiple field locations all over the country. HSI. I had HSI show up at an ATM on me. I don't know if you remember me calling about this.
Oh, no, I remember. They showed up at an ATM. They surrounded you at the hacker event.
Yep.
And they came to your house, correct?
They didn't come to my house, but the other two things, yes. They at the ATM, they came in two different cars. Their office is in Miami. That's about an hour drive at that time. They came in two different cars. I don't know how they legally could figure out that I was at the ATM if there was no target on me, but I turned around, had a badge in my face. I have a picture with the guys. I asked them if I can take a picture with them, and they were like, "Just please don't post it. I could show you if you want to see it." But
let's put it up. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, I mean, they couldn't have been nicer. But turning around from the ATM to a badge in my face, I was like, "I'm going to jail. This is it," And my phone would not stop ringing. So something I want to just clarify now for anyone that works in law enforcement that's watching the podcast. No disrespect. I love all of you and I want to help all of you. But last time I was on the podcast, I got so many calls, I couldn't work with everybody at the same time. It just wasn't possible. So as of right now, you can reach out to, Sentinel Foundation, who's working in parallel with the marshals. And we have a case number for the stuff I'm about to talk about, very shortly. And I don't have any of this evidence locally. It's all stored in a cloud that's shared with the team, with the marshals. Like, if you want to call me and need my help with something, I'm all ears. But if it's about this specific case, just reach out to the appropriate people because I can't work with a million people at once. I mean,
why was there a badge shoved in your face?
Are we ready for this party?
Guests are on their way, and food and drinks were just delivered.
Now, what about that?
He wasn't shoved. I mean, he just had it up when I turned around.
Why?
Guess to tell me he was HSI.
For what?
Don't know. He just wanted to talk. He kept hitting me up. I still got text I could show you. He just wanted me to come down and sit down and talk to him. He never told me why, but I assume it's the database. What else would it be? I mean, if there was something criminal, he would have arrested me.
Yeah, I mean, I was extremely worried for you.
Because it seemed like I was getting arrested.
Well, shit. I mean, I remember when we went to the Sound of Freedom premiere with Jim Caviezel, for the opening.
I was there.
Yeah, they're fucking harassing you.
Yeah.
They're texting you, "Hey, don't be alarmed, but we see you over there." Yeah. Dude, I was fucking pissed.
I remember
I was
how
so
pissed you were.
fucking pissed when that shit started. Because one, I'm sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
Two, I'm just like, this is fucked up. Like, you guys had the opportunity to do your fucking job years ago. You didn't do it. More kids got exploited, and now you're sitting here fucking with my friend who's trying to do the right thing. Maybe go do the right fucking thing and save some fucking kids and quit following Ryan around fucking Nashville and harassing him. Fuck you. I know you're fucking listening to this. Fuck you. Man, that shit pissed me off, dude.
I remember you were heated. You were definitely heated.
It makes my fucking skin crawl.
I'm sure it does. I mean, from your side, you've been in. You were on the other side.
They fucking come in like they're like,
yeah,
like on the, oh man, it just fucking makes me angry. Like it was straight up fucking harassing you.
Oh yeah, it wasn't just the Nashville. It was everybody. And it was, for me, it wasn't anger at that time. It was fear because I didn't know.
What are you even doing at a fucking movie premiere? Like if you're, what are you looking for traffickers at a fucking movie premiere that's about trafficking? Go do the fucking job. Go do your fucking job. Man, this shit makes me fucking angry, dude. There's so many fucking people in federal law enforcement agencies that don't do shit. They just fucking harass people. They don't do their fucking job, and then they want to know why nobody trusts the fucking the federal institutions or even fucking state.
Right.
It's just fucking ridiculous. Like, go do your fucking job and catch bad guys. Quit fucking trailing around a guy that's like trying to save kids and fucking harassing him. What is that shit? Like, how the fuck do you even sleep at night?
Yeah, I appreciate
I know
that.
you know this fucker too. I wish I fucking knew him. I'd fucking release his name and tell everybody who he is.
I remember,
like, what is
remember.
that shit? Hey, I'm in the fucking movie premiere. Just so you know, I got eyes on you. Buddy, what? Fuck you.
It's over with in my mind, you know. And thankfully, I appreciate that you care, and I'd care the same for you. I can't let it bother me if I want to work with them. And,
I know, man.
You know?
It's just so fucking unimpressive. Like, it's just like,
for me
job.
to have any impact and to be able to do things legitimately, I have to work with law enforcement.
I know, man. I know.
So I have no choice.
I'm making a generalized statement that they're all bad and they're not.
No, I get what you're saying. I get your frustration, and I'm sure there's way more to it that I don't know because you were on both sides, you know, at some point. So you got to see stuff that I didn't, you know. So I'm sure there's things that piss you off that I have no idea about, you know. But as for the Sentinel stuff, so let me tell you the story of how that happened. Because at that point, like I said, it was a vigilante group. That the intentions were all good. And when I think of vigilante, I think of somebody that is trying to go out and like beat people up and like take the law into their own hands and tie somebody up and put them in a closet. Like, you know, like I don't know. I think of vigilante as a more extreme thing, not just like a guy thinks they're talking to a child on the internet. They go to meet at a public place. They're instead met with grown men who want to confront them on it until the police come. Like, I think that as a civilian, I don't see what's wrong with that. But when it comes to the law, even though some convictions are happening regardless of it being evidence or not evidence or vigilante, like convictions, I'm glad convictions are happening. I'm glad people are getting exposed. That's all that matters to me.
Mm-hmm.
If anything that I could change about it would be longer sentences for the cases that happened from any of the predator catchers. But that's one thing. Another thing I want to bring up about predator catchers, that if you've noticed since our interview, like, I'm not saying that I'm the pioneer of predator catchers, because I know I'm not. There's Chris Hansen, Justin Payne, Courtney Elizabeth, all like a million people, Anxiety War, all of these people that were doing it before Dustin and I started it. But after our stuff started to go viral, a lot of other groups just popped up, and more, like, you know, there were a couple others before that too. That you know, there's a lot to think about. So I'm blanking. But what I did notice is, let's just say 100 new channels pop up. A couple of them already had very large followings. So they're shifting what they currently do to start catching predators. And instead of them taking it seriously and talking to these people like what they deserve to be talked to as, they would rent an Airbnb, for example, and get a decoy in there that looks younger, and they'll be wearing a clown costume with a mariachi band. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, while the predator's coming in, or they'll be asking them at the front door to take their clothes off so they show up naked at the door so they can get a good thumbnail, or, all of these things. But what they're not realizing is, yeah, maybe you're exposing this predator. Maybe you get him arrested, maybe not, but you're exposing him bare minimum. Do you realize what was going to happen if you weren't there that night? Like,
It's time to ask more of our browser. Hey Copilot, adjust all these recipes for 7 guests and combine them into one cooking schedule. Also, I'm out of milk.
Here's a cooking schedule scaled for 7 guests and also milk-free.
Freedom.
do you realize, like, I guess maybe I'm a little bit jaded to the subject, or more informed is a better word to this subject, because I know what would have happened to that child. And like I don't want to get too graphic here, man, but like think of a toddler with blood running down their thighs because a grown man is hurting them physically. I think of stuff like that and these little girls and little boys and what would actually happen to them if that man, or in most cases men, but some cases a woman, were to be there. Like, do you think a mariachi band and a clown costume fits in that equation? I genuinely don't. I understand it's going to get you more views. I understand it's a better thumbnail. I get what they're trying to do, but there's nothing funny about this. This isn't humorous to me. Like, this is it's not a joke to me, you know? So, like I said, half of it I respect. I respect that they're exposing people, using their platform to do it, but I don't think it's funny, and I wanted to make that very clear. Some people have gone to the levels where the cops aren't doing anything, so much so that they're beating the crap out of them, which they deserve, but when you beat them up, you can't, like, now you can't call the cops, and you can't get them convicted, and yeah, it's great for views and all of that, and they definitely deserve getting beat up, but, you know, like, something's got to happen. And you had Tim Tebow on here, which is an awesome guy. Love that guy.
Tim's amazing.
Best, yeah, really good dude. Like, I don't think anyone can say anything bad about Tim Tebow.
They try.
Yeah, I've heard.
They try to say shit about him.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But, like, I don't know Tim personally. I know, I've talked to his vice president, Camille. But, you know, he brought up situations with, you know, like the amount of people that we have in this country looking at that material at ages, under 12? And what, if I can remember correctly, there's 111,000 unique people in this country in less than 30 days.
Yep.
So that's the people that are recorded from whatever software is monitoring that based on statistics that are public. That means there's a way bigger number than he's aware of and that I'm aware of. It sickens me, and the problem is not, it's not that the problem is getting better. What's happening is the problem's getting worse because the material is going to spread regardless if there's less victims, because there's still material out there. Like, there was just a case in Florida with 1.2 million photos and videos that were being sold for $100 and something. Like, that's not going anywhere. It's going to keep going, circulate all these communities for a very long time, regardless if there's new victims or not. So,
all right, we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm starting to have trouble keeping my eyes open, so I'm actually going to cut this off about a little more than halfway. They're just getting into the real depressing stuff now, so I'm going to do this again tomorrow about midway through the day and get through the rest of this. But I'm going to leave it at that, and you guys better have a nice night. Or else.